Hey, have you ever wanted to make your very first cliche zombie game? Well, you're in the right place. Swag Ross here, and welcome to Unreal Made Easy. The first thing we're gonna do is
First, I will feed you to my children.
and then next, once we've accomplished that,
Next, you will meet me face to face.
finally, we're gonna finally all wrap it up with
Finally, I will drag you to my temple, where your fate will be sealed.
well, I'm really excited because this is our first game together, and let's just not waste any time and let's go ahead and dive in. Okay, so to start on today's video, the first thing we're going to make sure we're going to do is go to the games and create a third-person project. Now, I figured this would be a good spot for me to show you a list of the different assets we're going to acquire. So take a look at this list, pause the video, so that way you know what we're going to acquire. Okay, now we're going to head to the Mixamo site, and I'm going to show you each one in order, okay? All right, let's head to the Mixamo site. Okay, so now that we're at the Mixamo site, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna select characters, and we're gonna do the Xbot, which is gonna be this one, and this is gonna be our base skeleton that we're gonna use. So we just hit the download button, and we can leave everything at its default. Then what you'll notice, it's going to download up in your download folder here. I'm on Chrome, so that's what I'm on. So you can select this and go to this open folder icon. And then right here, you can just right click and cut, and then just select your desktop, and then you can just go ahead and right click and paste it to your desktop. As you can see, I have all the animations already selected here, but I'm going to show you each one inside the Mixamo. So we can close that out. Okay. Next, we're going to want to grab our zombie pack. Okay. Next, we're going to grab our other characters, and the other characters are going to just be 3 basic zombies. We're going to grab the zombie girl first. Next, we're going to grab the white clown, which is this character here. And then finally, we're going to grab Romeo. And you just want to go ahead and select the download for them. Moving on, we're going to go to the animations tab here at the top. And we're going to grab this scary zombie pack. And when you select download, right, you can leave it at its default and then just hit download. Okay, so now for the next step, now that you've got the zombie pack, we're going to grab each individual animation, and I'm just going to go through each of them. I'm going to show them on screen for about 3 to 5 seconds, and then we'll go from there, okay? All right, to start out, we're going to go for the big stomach hit, receiving a big stomach hit, and we're going to select the download, and when you do it, download them without the skin, okay? Now, I've already downloaded these. Like I said, I'm just showing you for this first one. So make sure all these animations, you download them without the skin. Okay, we can hit cancel there. All right, moving on. All right, shot in the chest, falling backwards. Okay, and then finally, we're gonna grab this zombie attack, but it's an overhead two-handed attack. Once you download this one, make sure after zombie put 2H, and that way you'll know it's a two-handed attack. Otherwise, you may get confused with the other zombie attacks. Okay, so now we're gonna head over to the Unreal Engine Marketplace. At the time of this video, the Unreal Marketplace is still open, but I believe we're converting over to Fab. Now, if you can't find these exact assets that we're going to get on the Unreal Marketplace, it's okay. Just use the Marketplace assets that you have. We're just basically going to grab some weapons. We're going to also grab an environment, and then we're going to grab some characters. So let's go ahead. I'll see you at the Marketplace. All right. So the first asset we're going to grab off the Unreal Marketplace, and in the future, you may want to grab it off of Fab, which is the Infinity Blade weapon. Now, this is a free one at this time of recording. So, and all the assets that we're grabbing are free for the project that we're building. So remember, it's called Infinity Blade Weapons. And this is what the page looks like right here. Okay, great. Moving on. Okay, for our next asset that we're going to grab, this is going to be this military weapons silver pack. Now, they also have a black one here. So I would grab both, but we're only going to use one for the project because they're the same, just different colors. So, and you can choose which color you want, but personally, I'm going to use this military weapons silver pack. And this is what they look like. I like this shotgun here. We're going to use both of these assets right here. Okay, moving on. Okay, so right here we got this adventure character, and a lot of tutorials use this one. This is a really good one for when you demo projects. So this is also, as you can see here, is free. So this is another one we're going to grab. So the adventure character is how it's spelled right here. And if you look, this is basically what he looks like. Okay, moving on. So the other character we're going to grab is this adventure female. And I like a little bit of diversity in games. So I'm going to show you how to make these characters a little bit more diverse. But I think it's a nice little change here to have a male and a female hero for our zombie game. Okay, it's the adventure female. And this is how she looks. All right, moving on. Okay, so for our environment, we're going to use this Infinity Blade Temple. I like this asset. We're going to actually use number 2. There's like 3 temples in there, but and again, this is called the Infinity Blade Temple. And this is the actual temple of environment we're going to grab, but there's several different ones in this pack, which I think is very neat. I really like this is the one. This is a nice one. I mean, this is all the assets. It's just very good. And here's a little Asian style one. We won't be using that one, but the one we're going to select is going to make it a little bit easier for us to have our zombies attack us. Okay, so that should cover all the assets that we're going to grab. So let's just go ahead and head into our project. Okay, so while we're in our project here, after you've created a fresh new project, you can go to Edit, Editor Preferences, and we're just going to change this right here, this Asset Edit Opener. We're going to change this from default to the main window, just so that way when our windows are opening up, they're not just opening on top of us, okay? So we can close that out and hit Save. And then what you can do right now is just go ahead and download or actually apply the different assets as far as the characters and the environment and everything and add them to the project. So go do that and then we'll come back. Okay, so there's something I wanted to show you real quick while you're downloading or adding your assets to your project. What you want to do is you want to click the add button And you may get this, which is okay if it's not compatible for the current projects. That's because that just means that it's an older asset. So you hit the show all, and it'll show all your assets. Now, I'm going to use my project that we're creating here. It says it's not compatible because it's 5.4, which is okay. We're going to select this drop down here, and we're just going to grab the most recent one, okay? And then select add it to the project. And that's it. All right. Okay. Welcome back to the project. So let's go into our content drawer and take a look. Okay. So like we see here, we've got our adventure woman. We've got our environment pack. We got infinity blade weapons. We have our male adventurer. And then we also have our military silver weapons here. And that should cover everything. But now we're going to need to add the Mixamo animations. So we're going to right click here. And then we're going to create a new folder. Call it Mixamo. Go inside this folder. We're going to right click and we're going to create another folder. And we're going to call it Animations. Now, okay, so like I said earlier, I have my animations downloaded to my desktop. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to select the import here. We're going to scroll right here and we're going to choose desktop. And then right here, what we're going to, first thing we're going to do is we're just going to grab several of these one by one. First, we're going to start with the XBot. Let's grab that one by itself. And then we're just going to select import. And then we can close all these windows that open up automatically. And then right here, so you see there's a little star here. That means we need to save the progress. By holding down Control Shift and S, that'll save everything. So, and right here, you can see it's verified here. All right, so let's go ahead and grab some more of our let's import our more assets into our project. Oh, keep your mind out the gutter. I said assets. Importing. Okay. Okay, so this CH10 is actually the Romeo zombie, so we're going to take that one. And we're just going to select import. Close out these extra windows. As you can see here, it says 12 unsaved. That's because we got everything here. So we're just going to do a Control Shift S. And then now everything is saved. Okay, continuing on. Let's go ahead and import some more of our zombie meshes. So we're going to need, let's see, it's the clown. Or here, the zombie girl. We'll do her next. Just select import. Now, this does look a little bit messy, but it's okay because we're going to put our animations in this other side over here. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to create another folder inside the animations folder. And we're going to call this zombie animations. Double click inside of here. And then we're going to select import. Okay, so we want to use the scary zombie pack. Now we can select right here, do a Control A. Now there's an XBot in here, so I'm just gonna hit Control to release that, and then I'm gonna select all these animations and hit Open. For the skeleton, we're gonna use the XBot. So that should, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, it's gonna be here, XBot, and we're gonna select Import All. All right, select Control Shift S. Then we're going to go back into our animations folder and we're going to import our other animations. So we're going to select import again. We're going to go back to our desktop. Okay, so we've downloaded the clowns, we've downloaded everything. Now we just need to grab the rest of the animations. So we're going to select here, hold down Shift, and select the bottom here. Then we're going to hold Control and hit left click to unselect what we're not downloading. So we're not going to download, well, you don't have this folder, but that's my personal one. But this XBot here we don't need. And we don't need to download the Romeo again. And let's see what else we don't need. Okay, we don't need the zombie girl, and we don't need the white clown. So we've got all of our other animations, and we're going to go ahead and hit open. We're going to select the XBot skeleton again, just scroll down to the bottom. Select the XBot skeleton, and select import all because we're importing multiple animations. Okay, so as we can see here, we've got our stars here. We got 15 unsaved. We're just going to go ahead and do our Control Shift S to save all this. Like so. Now, for the next part here, we're going to need to take one of these animations. So let's right-click on the animation, and we're going to need to retarget this to the default skeleton because that's what we're going to be using. So we're going to go to retarget animations right here. And then what you want to do is type simple right here. And that'll give us the Manny and Quinn. I'm going to use the Quinn. And then what I want to do is I want to select this here, do a Control A. That'll select all of our animations here. Let's see, am I missing anything? Nope, we got it. It looks like we got everything. Let's see. And then we're going to select export. Now right here, we're going to select, for these right here, we're going to select, let's see. We'll select the Mixamo folder. And we're just going to select the animations folder. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a QNY and an underscore for a prefix so we can separate them as far as naming convention. So while we're here, we're just going to go ahead and hit, actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's because a lot of these are going to be zombies attacks. So yeah, let's import it into the zombie animations folder. Make sure it says QNY and hit export. And hit export again. Okay, so we can go ahead, we can close this folder that's opened up. It's just the content folder opened. And then we're going to look into our zombies animations here. And we're just going to do a Control Shift S so we can save all of these. Okay. Okay, so while we're here, we're going to need to edit about 2 of these animations just because, you know, I've play tested them and you'll see why here in a minute. And it's going to make more sense here. So let's just go ahead. We're going to start by, in our search here, under zombie animations, we're just going to type in QNY. And then we're going to type, let's see, getting hit. Yes, I think it's just getting hit backwards. Double click this. Right. See, now you notice how the animation, he gets hit and then he falls back and gets right back up. Okay, so we want to get rid of that falling, getting back up animation. So we're going to pause it right down here. And then we're going to scrub the timeline by dragging this red button here. Now, right there is pretty good. But see, notice right here, he's starting to get up. We don't want that. We want him to stay down. So right there should be good. Let me see. Yeah, so he hits, lands, and he swarms around a bit, but his hands stay flat. So right about here. So you're going to right click right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to remove frames. Okay, 0 through 2,900. We're going to get the last part. So not this one, the end part. Like so. Now, if we hit the play button, it's just going to land, fall, and loop right there. So that's what we want to do for that one. You see we got a little star here? And also it says unsaved. So we're just going to go ahead and click save. Okay, so there's another animation we're going to need to also edit. So it's going to be that gunplay one. So we're going to, same thing, the Q and Y. And we're going to do gunplay. And we're going to double click it. And it's going to change it to that animation. Now, I like this one, but it just has something that's just taking a little bit too long. So just for gameplay reasons, we're going to pause this right quick. We're going to go back here. And what we want is, we definitely want the gun sitting up there, right? I mean, here, we can actually, let's do this. Let's go to, let's see. Well, actually, let's see. Well, yeah, we'll add the socket here in a bit. But first, let's go ahead and we're going to scrub right here. See how he cocks that first time. So we want it right here. So we want to get rid of all that. So everything from here, that cocking, we just want to grab our weapon and shoot. So right here. So see, he's like doing a double fist bump right here. So right where he's landing. So let's get him in the rested position right here. Completely rested. We're going to right click here and we're going to move 0 through 23 here. Or wherever you got it at, but just the first few frames. Now he's going to start right here. He's going to shoot right there. And then he's going to pull back. And then that's it right there. So we don't want all this extra stuff going on behind it. So after he's just going to pull up from here, shoot, and then pull back. And we don't want, see, I mean, and we can have that little lean. That's okay. But right here, like we want it to like, yeah, not too much going on. We want this to be a quick animation. So we're going to move 35 to 55. So now, boom, boom, like that. All right, remember to save. Okay, so we can go ahead and we can close this, but it's going to open back up anyway, but it's all right. So right here, we're going to close that right there. And then we're going to go, while we're in our animations folder here, selecting this, we're going to need to make a montage of our animations. So what we're going to do is just type in Q and Y. Okay, and that should give us all the animations. We're going to do a Control A. Okay, so with all these selected, what we're going to do is we're going to just right click and we're going to create montages for all of these. So let's just go here and this one right here where it says create Anim montage, select that. And then do a Control Shift S. And now we have all our montages. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do Q and Y in the search here. Montage. And then what we want is dying. So I believe it's this dying one right here, this dying backwards. So we're going to double click here. Okay, yes. So you see how the character falls back and rests? This is good. What we want right here is we want to enable auto blend out. And we're going to do this for all the death animations. So that way they stay down once they're there. So uncheck it and hit save. Next, we're going to select, we call it, I think it's called back death. And that's going to be the flying back death. We double click that. It's the character flies back. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to enable audio blend out. And then hit save. Next, we're going to do, I think it's getting hit backwards. So let's try getting hit. Getting hit. This one's cool because he flips and falls over. It's a lot of fun. So we're going to definitely do that. We're going to enable auto blend out on that as well and hit save. Now, just for the heck of it, sometimes once in a while, you want to just go ahead and go to file and hit save all just to save your work. I think that's pretty important. Okay, so while we're here, we're going to continue to prepare our animations here. So now we need to go into the attack animation. So we still want to do the Q and Y. We're going to call this standing attack and then mont, because we're doing everything in the montage. So these are going to be our weapon swing. So right here, we're going to double click on the first one here. And that is the, I believe, the horizontal. No, it's the 360 attack. Okay. Okay, and actually, before we continue that, we're going to need to go into the skeleton and add some sockets, okay? So that way it'll make it easier for us to add we're going to add montages here, but I want it to seem a little bit more accurate by having the weapon there. So let's go ahead and up here where this little skeleton guy is, this little bluish one, click him. And this will bring us to our Manny skeleton. This is our default skeleton, okay? And what we want here is we want to create on the right-hand socket because that's where all of our animations are. So we're going to scroll down. And you want to look for hand R. You're going to right-click, and you're going to add a socket. We're going to select the socket, and we're going to rename this to RH underscore melee socket, like so. And then we're going to do a save. And then what we want to do is we want, in this socket here, we want to use a preview asset. So we're going to right click, we're going to add a preview asset. And the one I'm going to use is the bat, because that's what I'm going to use for the project. So we're going to select the bat. And then while we're in this here, and we've got the widget selected, we can actually rotate and manipulate the item, okay? So right here, also here's something else. So these increments here, let's change, this is the walking increment, which I call it where you move it around with the one widget. So we're going to change that to the very minimum, and then we're also going to change the rotation to 5%. So it'll give us a little bit more of a fine tune. Now, the other thing we want to do is we want to give it a preview animation. And in this case, let's just go ahead and use, we can just type in 360. And we can, it doesn't matter what you use here. Just, you can use the montage or whatever. But we're going to set it up like this. Select the pause button. And then remember, you can use the mouse scrolling out to slow down your movement. So that way, get to a comfortable movement so where you can maneuver around. Okay. Now, right here, I like this little blade axe. Okay, so we're gonna scroll, we're gonna rotate this like this, and we're gonna hit W so we can move our widget, like so, and get it in there, like that. And you, like I said, you want this hand to be kind of towards the end of the bat here. give them all that great reach. So let's see. Now looking at this, it looks, I'm not sure if it's correct, but let's go ahead and scrub and find out. So we're going to swing. So right here, that is where the animation is going to be edited. So yeah, that looks pretty good. But here, want to make sure that it's accurate. So or it doesn't have to be perfect, but it just looks a little bit off. So what we can do is we can just go ahead and adjust. Hit the E key to rotate, like so. Like so. And then hit the W key to just move it over a little bit. And down a little bit. So we want to get him in that good weapon position there. That's doesn't have to be perfect, but I think that looks pretty good. So, and while we're here, we can try another preview animation. Well, actually, let's go ahead and see how this one looks. It looks pretty good. Pause that. Scrub it one more time. Looks a little bit low. Maybe we could rotate it up a bit. So hit the E button, rotate it up. Because it's kind of like a high attack. Hit W and then adjust it like so. So yeah, you'll have to play with that to get it to where you like it. I like it about right here. That should be pretty good. Yes, like so. And then we can hit save. While we're here, we can just go ahead and hit the play. Make sure we like that. That looks. I think that looks pretty good. And then what we want to do is we can go to preview animation and we can do another attack. So we can do like a downward. I think it's yeah, downward. We'll do the downward attack. See how that looks real quick. Yeah, that looks great. That looks good. Okay, so now moving on. Let's go over here back to our Anim notify. And actually, let's see. Okay, so what you can do is, like, you can leave this mannequin skeleton up, and all I did was I closed it out and reopened it, so that way the mesh would see the actual animation. So right here, what we're gonna do is while we're inside the montage, we're gonna select the pause button here, and we're gonna scrub back a bit, and what we want is we want to get 2 points. So 1 point right here, and we want to go to where it says right here and do a right click, and we're going to add a montage notify here. Okay, grab it, drag it, make sure it is on this part right here. Then we're going to scroll. Wait, we're going to see. Yeah, that's pretty good, but we're going to have to scroll this a little bit. See, so we got one here. Wait, let's add one right here. And then we're going to add another montage right here. Drag and put that there. And then we're going to do one more, just a little bit. Let's see. I think we can go with 2 montages for now. So one's here, and one's like here. Yeah, we can add one more right here. So we'll add one more montage. I know they're close together, but this is going to allow us to hit multiple zombies at once. That's going to be kind of important. So do some montages there, and that should be good. So we got one hit here, one hit here, and one hit here. So that way we've hit all of our zombies. Okay, so let's continue on. We're going to go to, okay, we can do a Control-Shift-S. And we're going to go to the next one. And we're doing the same thing for the other one. So, all right. I'm just going to do it, and then you guys can follow along. Okay, so now we've got some other attacks that we're gonna have to fix. Same way we just did these. So, okay, let's go ahead. Instead of the attack, standing attack, we're gonna type in kick here. And this kick is that soccer kickball thing. So what we can do is, okay, so yeah, what we can do is we're going to pause this. And we're going to scrub. So let's go ahead and take a closer look and see where we are, what we got going on. All right. So there we go. We can go right here, and we're going to scrub until right here. So we can add a montage here. Remember, you can use the hold down control, use the mouse scroll to zoom it out. And then we're going to set a montage right here as he's kicking out. And then we're going to, once he's got that full kick action there, right about here, we'll stick another montage here. And then we're going to hit save. All right, next we're going to do the stomp. And same thing, pause. So as he's lifting up, he's stepping in, he's lifting up, maybe that right there where that's almost like a kick right there. Let's go ahead and right click and add a montage there. Now, again, you don't have to name any of these. These are just different parts where we're going to trigger the action of taking damage. Then we got another spot right here. And I think you know what? Actually, let's see. Maybe right here. Because we got him right here. He's doing no damage. And then right here. So I guess we can trigger it in those two spots. We don't really need to do 3 every time. So that should be good. And then as he lands, that's it. So yeah, so that should be good. Control Shift S. Okay, so now we also have a zombie attack. So we're going to type in zombie attack montage. And the one we want, okay, so there's actually several. So we're going to grab, first we're going to do this two-hand. Now I named it, the one I told you earlier, zombie 2H attack, just so that we can know the difference of it. So yeah. So now let's go and add our montages here. So we're going to pause there. Okay. He's going to lift up. We're not going to have montage until he hits right about here, maybe here. I think here should be pretty good. And then we're going to slide over and then down to the bottom. Now, he's not going to have a weapon in his hand when he's attacking. This is going to be for the boss fight. So, yeah, we're going to add a montage here. So it's just going to be his fists smashing the player character to death. So, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna just put 2 montages there. And then we're gonna hit save. Now there's another zombie attack. Okay, so let's see. Is this it? Yeah, so this regular zombie attack here, we also want to do this one. So we're going to pause this for a second. Scroll, get to a little better position. And then what we're going to do is the zombie is going to swing. So we're going to, I think, yeah, we can put one montage here. Let's see, one there and one here. So we're going to put 2 montages here. So one right here where he's kind of slapping at you. And then one that's the final hit right here. And we can hold down control, scroll in a little bit, right click, add a montage notify, and then just line it up like so. Save. So that should cover that. Okay, close this right here. And then we can close the managed skeleton as well. Well, actually, okay, so I wanted to add some sound to our attacks for our player character. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the content folder, and then we're just going to type in Q and Y. And then we're going to do standing attack mont. So we're going back to our same previous animations. So we'll start with them one at a time. So right here, we're going to pause, and we're just going to scrub to okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to add sound right at this part of the swing. So we're going to right click, montage, and we're going to do a play sound. Drag it and set it right here. Then with the sound selected here, we can hold the control, scroll in a bit. With this selected, we're going to pick a sound. Now the sound that I have is going to be called rifle, impact, surface, 1. And then we're going to hit save. And if you hit play, it should play. We're going to do that for the rest. Okay, for this next part, we're going to need to grab the gunplay. So we're going to remove the standing attack right here. And we're just going to type in gun play. We're going to open that up. Now right here, we're going to pause it. And so we're going to need to add the socket for the gunplay just so it makes some sense. So let's go ahead. We're going to open up the skeleton here in the green. And what we're going to do is we're going to find our right hand again. And we're going to right click and we're going to remove all assets. That's just going to remove the actual the axe we have. And then we're going to right click and then we're going to add a socket. And we're going to name this socket R H range. And we're going to hit save. Now, we're going to add a preview to it. So right click, add a preview, and we're going to type in shotgun. Like so. And then what we want to do is we're going to set the preview animation to gunplay. And then what we want to do is we want to pause this. And we want to scrub to where the character is aiming. I think it's right about there. And then we're going to highlight our socket again, our shotgun socket, our range socket rather. Rotate that around. Remember, use the mouse scroll so you're not zipping all over the place. Like so. And we're going to rotate that down a bit. And then right here, we're going to select W. And that's going to give us a chance to move this stuff around a bit. Like so. Now, it's not going to be perfect because we're just taking Mixamo animations and trying to blend them with this dummy here. But it's okay. We can get a basic idea. Hit the E so we can rotate. There we go. And rotate it this way. That looks pretty good. That looks like he's ready to shoot. All right. So, if we see here, yeah, that looks really good. I like that. I like it. So, right in here, let's see, E. I might pull this back just a little bit. Let me see. Actually, I think it might be good that way. Let me see. Just a little bit in. And then a little bit to the side. And then E, just to rotate. Oh. Let me see, is that? Yeah, it's the minimum. Okay. There we go. So you can see the thumb is resting. He's got his hand inside the trigger there. And when he's looking, it looks like he's looking down the shot barrel. It's good. I guess we can rotate it down a little bit. No. That pretty much looks that's the best we're gonna get. All right. So we can hit save. And then for the gunplay here, we're gonna close the gunplay montage. And we're gonna open it right back up. So that way we can see our shotgun being inside of our animation here. Pause it. And then we're going to scrub to the angle right here, right where he's shooting. Let's see. Remember to use the scroll to slow it down. Now you see this weapon could be moved over just a slight hair. So yeah, we go back to the skeleton. Let's see if we can adjust that just a little bit. Let me see. Does it look like that here? Oh no, it looks fine here. Okay, we'll just leave it for now. And if we need to adjust it, we can always do it later. So right here, see how it goes down and then up? We want that. That's where we're going to have our fire go. That's where the kick is. So right here. So it's resting here. And then we're going to fire about here. So what we'll do is we'll right click, add a notify, play sound, select the sound, and we're going to use shotgun fire A. And we'll use the first one. Like so. Let's see. So let's go ahead and hit play. And that's what we got. And that should be good. And we can pause that. That's enough noise for that. Okay, so we should be all set with that. So let's just go ahead and we can close. Well, we got to do a Control Shift S to save everything. And then we can close these two things out. All right. Okay, for this next part, we're going to need to create some assets. So we're going to create the assets first, and then we're going to add the logic. So just so you understand what's going on, we can close that part there. And we're going to start by going inside of the blueprints folder. And we're going to make several AI here. So first, we're going to need to make our hero. So we're going to do a Control D while we got the highlighted. And we're going to name this BP underscore hero and enter. Control Shift S. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do a Control D again on this third person. And we're going to make a BP underscore zombie, and we're going to call it 01. Okay. Control Shift S. And then we're going to go into the zombie here real quick. And we're just going to get rid of all the logic here because we're not going to need that. And then the other thing we're going to need to do is we're going to delete the camera boon because the AI doesn't need that, nor does it need a follow camera. And we're going to control or compile and save. Okay, and now we've got a nice clean, this is great for a clean AI blueprint. So we can close that real quick. And we're going to go back. And with our zombie highlighted, we're going to do a Control D again. And for this one, we're going to call this the blueprint Z dancer. Okay, because we're going to have some dancers inside of our zombie thing here. Control Shift S. Okay, so while we're here, since we have our blueprint for our hero, so we don't forget, let's just go ahead and go to the world settings here. We drag that out. And if you don't have this tab, it's simple. You just go to Window and you just click the checkbox here and it'll add it. But what we want to do here is we want to go into this main game mode here, select a game mode, and we're going to change the actual player character class. No, not the player class. It's the, here it is, the default pawn. We're going to change it to our hero. So this BP hero that we just created, and hit save. And we can leave that up for now. Okay. Control Shift S. Now what we want to do is right click, do a new folder. We're going to call this our AI folder. So AI. And what we want to do is we want to take our two zombie characters here. We're going to left click and do a control and click on each one. And we're going to drag that into this and do the move here for the zombie folder. Okay. And then while we're here, let's see, we're going to right click, make one more folder, new folder. And we're going to call this dancers. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to take our zombie dancer and move them, the Z dancer, and move that into that folder. Now, let's go back to the blueprint. Okay, so now we're going to create some more of our assets. So we're going to need to create a blueprint actor. And we're going to just use a regular actor. And this is going to be called BP ammo. Actually, let's do BP underscore ammo. Control Shift S. And I'm just going to, basically, I want to set something up here. I'm going to set up a static mesh, I think. Let me see. I believe it's a static mesh. And then we're going to select the static mesh. And we're going to go right here while it's highlighted. Go to static mesh. And we're going to look for shotgun pickup. So this box of ammo right here. Like so. and we're going to do a compile and a save. And I think, I can't remember exactly, but we're going to set this lock here for a second. And we're just going to do it twice its size, like so. And then we're just going to do another compile and save. And I'm just doing that because we're going to dive into each one of these assets later and do all these adjustments and fix everything, okay? So let's go ahead and close that. And then now we've got our blueprint ammo and our hero character. Okay, moving on. So we're going to need our own personal controller. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to go to a blueprint class, and we're going to get something called a player controller right here. And we're going to name this PC underscore zombie. I mean, I guess you could put controller, but yeah, we can do it like that. PC, which is player controllers, what the PC stands for, Control Shift S, and just it's our zombie controller. Okay. Now we're gonna need to make two. Well, actually, we're gonna make two more assets that are important. These are going to be the interfaces. So if we right click, go into, let's see, blueprint, go into, where is it? Interfaces should be right here. Nope, interchange. I'm sorry, blueprint interface right here. And we're going to name this BPI underscore. And we're going to do our PC underscore, well, PC underscore zombie controller. So that's our zombie controller interface. We do a Control Shift S. We're going to make another interface. Same steps as before. BPI underscore. And we're going to name this zombie enemy. Control Shift S. Now, while we're here, we're gonna actually put these together right here. So we're gonna say get player. We're gonna say get zombie we're gonna call it. Let's see. We're going to call it PC Zombie Controller. Get PC Zombie Controller. And we're going to add an output. And what we're going to do is we're going to call this PC Zombie Controller. Well, what's PC Player Controller ref. So that's going to be a reference. So what we're going to have to do is click right here, and we're going to type in PC. Wait, hold on. PC Zombie Controller. Now, we don't want what we're in right now, which is the PC Zombie Controller interface. We want the object, and we want an object type reference, like so. Compile and save. That's all we'll need to do for this interface. So we can close this one. Now let's go to the zombie, zombie enemy. We're going to put two functions inside here. One we're going to call the zombie, let's see, zombie attack anims. Okay. And then we're going to do another function. And we're going to call this one trigger zombie jump. Like so. Now, the only thing that we're going to need here is we're going to need to just add an output. And it doesn't matter. You can leave it as this new parameter. It's fine. So as long as we got an output, we do a compile and a save. Okay, so real quick, if you double click on it, it'll add this here, and that's what you want. And then we can go back and compile and save. Okay, and then finally, we're gonna close this here. We're going to we're gonna have to create a widget. So we're gonna use this user interface, and we're gonna use a widget blueprint. And we're just gonna use the default one. We're gonna type in WB underscore main hub and enter. And what this is we're going to do Control Shift S. And what this is this is what we're going to use in order to create our pop-up window that's going to show our health, the amount of zombies we kill, things of that nature, even our little basic simple character creator. So that's what's going to happen with this part right here. Okay, so for this next part, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our player controller, which is in our contents, third person blueprints. And we're going to do the PC zombie controller. And if it opens like this, just open up the full blueprint editor. Okay, so right here, you're going to class settings. And then under interfaces, you're going to select implemented interfaces. Just type in BPI. Now, these are the two that we created. We're going to add both of these. So that's one, which is the zombie controller. And then the other one, so just BPI again, which is going to be zombie enemy. Now, what we want to do is we want to go to the get zombie controller function, double click on it, and then right here, we're just going to go ahead and add self. Hit enter. All right, so we're going to do a compile and save. And then we can close that out for now. And now we're going to start on our hero. So let's go back to the content folder. Go to see the blueprint hero. And then right here, we're going to add our PC zombie controller. So now we're going to need to use the begin event play to initialize it. But in order to use it, we can only have one of these in a blueprint. So we're going to just hold down the S button and left click, and that's going to give us something called a sequence node. We're going to back this out right here. See, put it right here. And we're just going to drag and drop right here, and then put the number 1 pin here. And here we're going to do a PC zombie controller message. Like so. Move that over. And for here, we're going to just put get controller. Let me see, controller. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Okay, so yes, it should be this one right here. Then what we want to do is we want to promote this variable. And just hit enter. And we're just going to leave it the name as it is right here. So to neaten this up, we're just going to drag this out. Right, like so. And do a compile and save. Okay, so let's go ahead and head over to the viewport. Now, right here, we're going to need to add a camera to the mesh. So we're going to add a camera to the head bone of the mesh. And all we have to do is select the mesh, click add, and then we're just going to type in camera. Not the cine camera, this one. And what we want to do here is, okay, we want to, while the camera's selected, we want to use the parent socket. We're going to make it the head. So we just look for the head bone right here. And then right here, we go back to the mesh. And we need to stop it from moving. So just to make it easier for us, we're just going to go to the animation mode and put it to asset. And that's just going to let it sit neutrally. So right here, use the mouse scroll back to adjust so you don't zip all over the place. And then we're going to select the camera. Oh, and let's rename it. Let's name it to FP camera. So let's do FP camera for first person camera. Compile, save. Then while we got the camera selected, we're just going to hit the W, or I'm sorry, the E. Well, let me see, we go back. Okay. All right, we're going to move this up a little bit. There we go. Hit the E button. And we just want to adjust the camera to where it matches where we can see it, like so. Now, you see the eyepiece? The follow camera's eyepiece and the first person eyepiece isn't correct. So we want to rotate this so that way we're not looking sideways, like so. And then we want to go back to W and just kind of adjust it, like so. So let's see. Now, the camera's pointed straight, but we don't want it exactly straight because when we do our idle animation, the head kind of tilts down a little bit. So we want to rotate this up about 5, maybe 10 degrees. I'd say 5, just to where it's looking up a little bit. So now this should be pretty good. This looks pretty accurate. So what we're going to do is go back to our mesh. Well, first let's hit a compile and save. And then what we want to do is go back to our animation mode and then just go back to use the blueprint animation. And if you notice, it goes right back to the Quinn animation blueprint. And now our camera, though the head's tilted slightly down, is still looking straight. And that's going to become important later when we're firing our weapons. Compile and save. Now we need to add a weapon mesh to our or actually 2 weapon meshes. So we're going to need to add, let's see, first we're going to select the mesh. We're going to click add. And what we want to add here is the melee weapon. Or I'm sorry, we're going to add, skeletal mesh. And we're going to call this melee mesh. Yeah, like so. And then we're going to select the mesh again up here. Well, actually, first, before we do that, let's see, we're going to zoom back out a little bit and down. So for this melee mesh, we're going to add it. We got it selected. We're just going to add it to the parent socket here. And we're going to add it to the melee socket, like so. Okay. And for the skeletal mesh, we're going to just type in bat. And that'll give us our weapon. And we're just going to leave that there for now. Okay, next, we're going to go back to the actual character mesh. Well, actually, let's do a compile save. Go back to the character's mesh. And what we're going to need to add is a ranged mesh. So we're going to hit the add button, go to skeletal mesh, and we're going to call this our ranged mesh. Why does that look weird? Let me type that. And do a compile and save. Now, for this melee mesh, we're going to need to add something called a collision box. So we're going to select add, and we're just going to type in collision or box collision, like so. We're going to call this our blade box, like so. So for the blade box, what we're going to do is we're going to change its scale. We're going to do, let's see, 0.4, enter, and then 0.8, enter, and then we're going to do a 2. And with this here, I think I'm going to make it a little bit bigger or longer. And the reason for that is just to make it easier to hit the zombies. So we're going to increase it by 10%. So we're going to say 2.2. And then we need to adjust this box. So hit the W key. Let me see. When we go to mesh, W. Let me see. Okay. I don't know why I'm having trouble with that. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So I don't know. For some reason, I have to click away and then click on it to get the widget to change. Or you could change it up here. But let's go back to the blade box. All right. So we're just going to pull this forward on the axis. And if you make a mistake, remember you can always hit Control Z. So that looks pretty good. Now you see how it kind of extends out. You want that, and it goes past the hand here. That's good because if the zombie gets too close to you, you want to make sure that the this box still hits them. And actually, we can make sure we get. Oh, let me go back. Control Z. All right, I'm trying to grab just the. Is it the Z axis? Let me see which axis. Yeah, I want to grab the green right here only, and adjust it down a little bit just to cover the full blade, like so. But yeah, you want this a little bit extended past here and a little bit extended past there, just to make sure it hits all the actors that you need to hit. And let me see. I really spent too much time on this. Okay, that should be good. I'm just gonna leave it as that. Compile and save. Okay, so for the next part here, we're gonna go back to the event graph, and we're gonna need to create some variables. So here's how we're gonna do it. There's 3 variables we're gonna start out with. So I'll just show you. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so right here we're gonna select melee attacks. That's what we're gonna call the first one. Enter. And we want to change this to an Anim montage. So we're gonna do, let's see, Anim montage. And we want to use an object reference for this, like so. Now, the other thing we want to do is we want to set this as an array. So we can set that as an array by clicking down there. Now, we're going to go ahead and do that same thing again. We're going to call this deaths char. And we want to leave it as the Anim montage here as well. Next, we're going to do something because we're going to have our gun spawn in different places in the level. So we're going to type in gun spawn, let's see, spawn location. So spawn and then LOC, hit enter. And we're going to use something called a vector right here. Now, yeah, and all these should be the arrays. Okay, so for this next part, I'm just going to basically set some booleans and some floats, and then we're going to do one more here real quick, which is the vector. So we're just going to do a hero spawn, and we're going to have the hero, whenever he dies, he's going to spawn back to the start. So we're going to we can leave that as the vector, but we're going to change it to a single right here. And then for the rest of these, I'm just going to add them, and then I'll just leave it up so you guys can copy it, okay? All right, here we go. Okay, so that's all set. Now there's gonna be probably one or two more variables that we'll add, but we're gonna add those a different way. So go ahead and take the time and copy and make sure you have all these variables. Right here it lists what they are, including the has ammo boolean. All right, we're gonna move on. So for the next thing, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add some different functions. And each of these functions, I mean, rather basically it's just gonna be code. Instead of putting it here on the graph, we're gonna put it inside of a function and then pull the function from here. So all right, so let's go ahead and start. We'll start by the naming convention of it first. All right, so we're just going to hit the plus sign here, and we're going to label this F health logic. We're going to do another one. We're going to call this F death logic. Then we're going to also do F apply melee damage. And then we're going to need an F hero spawn. Okay, so we're going to just start out in order. So we'll start with the logic. So we're selecting the logic function. And then right here, what we're going to do is we're going to need to get our, oh, first, while we got the, I'm sorry, hero logic. Wait, hero spawn. Okay, sorry, we're going to have to select it up here. Here we go, health logic. There we go. So from the health logic right here, first let's do a compile save, make sure we got everything. We're going to select the health logic, and we're going to click on the input, and we're going to name this to damage. And we're going to change this to a float. All right, so we're going to need to grab our variable. Well, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually set up the code, and then I'll walk you through on what it's doing. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to walk you through the code. All right, so all we're doing is we're going to take incoming damage. So this will be on the outside of the graph. It's going to subtract the health. It's going to make the maximum value whatever our health is, and the minimum value will be 0. It's going to set our health after the damage, and then if the health equals 0, then we're going to play a montage. So, and the montage we're going to play is the big stomach hit. Now, if it's true and it's 0, then that's when we're going to activate our death event, and we'll add that later. So compile and save. Now, right here, I'm going to move this to the side here, back to sidebar, and go ahead, take the time and copy this function inside of your health logic, and then we'll continue. Okay, great. So let's go to the death logic, and I'm just going to do the same thing. So, all right, so I'm going to draw out the code, same thing like before. Okay, so to start out with, first we're going to disable the character's movement so when they're dying, they can't move around. We're going to also set the collision of the capsule to 0, so that way after you swing, it's not the character can't take damage or die multiple times. And then right here we got the montage here, which we're going to do a compile save. See if we can open this up. And right here, let's see, I'm going to undock this for a second. Right here is where we add our death montages. So we're going to add the death montages. So, after you hit compile, that's when you're able to do this. We're going to do 3. Now, the 3 we're going to do is we're going to, let's see, get hit backwards. We're going to also get, let's see, falling. Oh, wait, let me see. Dying. Yes, we got the dying backwards. So get hit backwards, dying backwards. Wait, getting hit backwards, dying backwards. And then I think it's flip back or fall. Let me see. Fly. Yes. Flying back death. So we're going to make sure we add all 3 of those. And we're going to compile and save. And what's happening here is you're gonna put the length here. It's gonna grab all the length of these, meaning all these. It's gonna randomly pick one, and then it's gonna play it. So this is gonna activate every time a character dies. So, but you're just gonna get a random death every time. So that's gonna be how that works. Okay. Let's make sure we compile, save again. Okay, so I'm gonna dock this to the side again and just go ahead and take the time to copy this code. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and move on to our next one, which is going to be apply melee damage. And I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm just going to go ahead and add the code, and yeah, and then you guys can copy it. Okay, so here's what we got. So any type of damage that's coming in, it's going to use the blade box, which is the weapon from our character. That's over our weapon. It's going to get the world location and the full size of the box. And it's going to, let's see, the object is going to be the pawn. And then as far as actors to ignore ourselves, because we don't want to interact with ourselves, we're going to go through, it's going to check to see, if these different arrays, it's going to loop through those. And then after that, it's going to apply damage. And the event initiator is going to be, make sure you get this, get target controller. It's the green pure function. And the target is the pawn. And then right here is going to be self, is the person that's causing the damage. It's going to be the actor that has this code in it. Now, right here for damage type, this is important. Make sure you put damage type. It's damage type class. Do a compile and a save. All right, here's the code. Go ahead and take the time to copy this so we can move on. Okay. All right, moving on. So let's go ahead and select our hero spawn. And I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm just going to put the code in, and then you'll have an opportunity to copy it after I explain it. Okay, so let's go back over the code. So right here, well, let's go ahead. I'm gonna undock from sidebar. So right here, we're gonna do a compile and save. So right here, we've got the hero spawn location. So we're gonna go in the third person level for a second. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna, if you can see right here, the character start, we're just gonna highlight that. And we're gonna go to the details. And right here in the details, we're gonna grab this location because this is where our hero is gonna spawn. So we just do a copy. So right click and copy there. Go back to the hero graph. And then right here where it says hero spawn, we're just going to right click and paste. And that's going to have our character spawn after they die. Okay, for the montage, we're going to need something like an idle or something. So I'm going to use, I think we're just going to go here and we're just type in idle. Hold on, let's see. We'll actually go to the top of the folder, type in content. We're going to type in idle. And like there's several different ones. I'm going to use this zombie montage here for the idle. Just because like I've already, I mean, you can use this one if you want, which is the regular idle. But I'm just going to use the zombie idle. So when our character wakes up, he's going to wake up like a zombie. So yeah. Oh, almost forgot. So right here, we can just go ahead and hit this little arrow here. And it'll populate it because we've highlighted it here. All right, next. We want to re-enable our collision so we can get hit again. So we're going to go to collision and we want to do collision enabled Q in physics. So because when we died, remember on our death logic, we removed the collision so that way people can't swing at us while we're dying. But when we respawn, we want to be able to have that come back. Now for the movement, we also disabled the movement in the death, but now we're going to set it back to walking. Okay. And then right here, we're going to set our character back to his max or her max health. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll this out a little bit. We're going to dock this again. And right here, just go ahead and take the time. Well, compile and save, of course. All right, go ahead and take the time and copy this code. Okay, moving on. All right, so in the event graph here, I'm going to say right here towards the bottom, to the right, we're going to right click and we're going to do a custom. We're going to add a custom event. We're going to name this melee attacks. Or melee attack, yeah. And what I'm going to do is just like before, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to fill in the code and then we'll go from there. And always make sure you frequently compile and save. All right. All right, here we go. Okay, so let's go over the code. Okay, so we're taking the actual, we're whatever we're assigning to the melee attack, we're stopping the character from falling, so you're not jumping up in the air and swinging or attacking. Then you're going to make sure that the montage only plays during the attack, so you can't spam it and just repeatedly keep repeating the same attack. Next, okay, let me undock this for a second. We got our melee attacks. So we got 3 different melee attacks for our hero, and we're just going to go ahead and add them here. And then I think the first one is, so we're just going to do, it's going to be a type in horizontal, HOR, and that's going to give us our melee horizontal attack. Next, we're going to do our 360, which is our 360 attack where we spin around. And then we got our downward attack. There we go. Just type in downward and then that attack there. So now this is the same as before. Oh, except I forgot something. We're going to move this back a bit. And we need to get a random integer. So we need this to be a random integer. So that way it can cycle through the different things in our melee attack range thing, similar to our death one. Like so. And then we're going to, after we play our montage, our attacks, then it's going to set the attack into false, which means we're no longer attacking, so we've finished. And then on each time we hit somebody, we're going to apply our melee damage that we created earlier from this other function. And all I did was I just dragged it onto the graph. I just dragged it on the graph like so, like that. That's how I got that. All right, so we could do a compile and a save. All right, so now we got that here. Let's see, I guess move that a little bit. There we go. All right, there's the code. Go ahead and take the time to copy the code here. Oh, and actually while we're here, let me go ahead and we're going to do this real quick. Highlight everything, hit C, and we're just going to call this our melee attack. And then now, yes, go ahead and copy the code. Okay, great. Scroll up a little bit. Okay, and then the other thing I like to do is I'm just gonna, while this is highlighted, I'm just gonna go ahead and add the bubble here, so that way from a distance we can see what the code is called. All right, so now we're gonna do our ranged combat. So we're gonna pick someone on the graph right here, right above, and we're gonna type in custom, or cust in this case, and then we're just gonna call this ranged attack. And hit enter. All right. So let me see. I'll make sure I got a little room here. Yeah. Do a compile and save. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to write out the code and then you guys can copy it. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over the code. All right, so if we're starting out, when we activate this, we're going to print string the current ammo. Now, the reason we're doing that is so we know how much ammo we have. So we can just hit this here, and we're going to change this to, I guess, let's say, I guess white. We'll do white so that we know our ammo is going away. And then we're going to set this for, like I said, like 3 seconds. Okay. You can shrink that back down, do a compile and save. So that's just going to display how much ammo we have. We're going to attack. Now, if we're attacking is true, then we're going to play a montage. We're going to play the gunplay one because this is going to be our shotgun shooting off. Okay. Next, we're going to, like I said, we have it connected up here, and we're going to go and do a line trace, and we're going to get the world location and rotation of this blade box. I'm sorry, of the first person camera. Okay. Okay, so from this point, world location, rotation, and this little bit of math here is going to basically give us our distance. So our start distance is going to be, the trace channel is going to start at the camera, okay? So at the first person camera, that's where it's going to start. We're going to add and multiply whatever the weapon range is. So we're going to need to set this weapon range, and we're going to do it so it's far because we have a pretty big area we're going to be able to shoot. We're going to do like 3,000, I guess. If we need to, we can always adjust that later, or we can even do 30,000. It shouldn't matter. But we want to make sure it extends the whole board. So we can do a compile and save there. And for the debug, starting out, we're going to just go ahead and we're going to show the debug for the duration. And then right here, we're going to, after the line trace, we're going to break the hit result, and we're going to grab a couple things. So when you pull off of here, all you're doing is you're just dragging off of here, and you're getting break hit result, okay? That's how that's pulled up. And then we're going to take the hit actor, which is going to be the damaged actor. We're going to take the damage causer, which is ourself. And then for the impact point, we're going to show an emitter, and the emitter we're going to use is it's going to be that fire one. This one is P explosion, and that way when it hits the actual character, it's going to show that, and it's going to show it at the impact location. Okay, next we have something here called a decrement node, and the way you get this one is you can just you drag off of here if you want, and you can do minus sign twice. That'll give you the decrement node, which all it does is increment and decrement. So if I did the plus sign, it's the same thing. Wait. You get an increment node. Okay, so to explain what this node does is it just basically subtracts 1. If it's increment, it's a plus plus sign, it's going to add 1. So we're going to add 1, we're going to subtract 1 from our total current ammo. Now, what we're going to do is for the current ammo, let's go ahead. We're going to put 10 right here and enter. And then for the current ammo, we're going to also set this up. And we're going to also set that at 10. So every time you fire off, it's going to use the current ammo. And the max you have is 10. So it's not, unlimited or whatever. So right here, we're going to clamp the float. And if it hits 0, if this equals 0, then that means we still have ammo, or we don't have ammo. And that's where we're going to go into our switching of the meshes here. Okay, so so right here, if it's false, and that means we have ammo, meaning like if our ammo supply is not empty, then that means we still have ammo, which is true. We're going to basically change our mesh to the shotgun A. And then if it's false, we're going to, obviously if we run out of ammo, then we're not going to show it. But it's going to then switch back to the bat. So we can just type in bat here. And that'll be our blade bat weapon. So it's going to switch back between this weapon and this weapon, depending if we have ammo or not. Okay. So I'm going to go back here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop in different sections here so you can copy the logic. But first, we're going to minimize this. And then I'm going to select all of this. I'm going to move it up just a hair. And I know it's a long bit of code, but we're going to hit the C button. And we're going to scroll in. I'm going to do the details thing here. And I'm going to say this is the ranged attack. Okay. And then I'm also going to show the bubble. So that way, from a distance, we can see it. And that's both of our codes. So let's go ahead and I'm going to give you a second here to copy this. So we're going to do a compile and a save. And yeah, just go ahead and take the time to copy this part, and then I'll move on to the next part. Okay, great. All right, take the time. Well, hold on, let me just move it over just a hair more. All right, take the time to copy this part of the code. Okay, great. Okay, now real quick, for the apply damage here, we're just gonna make sure, because I don't want to forget, we're gonna add 50 points right here. And the reason we're doing 50 is because that way our zombies are only gonna have 100 life, so the shotgun will kill them in 2 hits. So that's what that's about. And while we're here, well, we're gonna go and we're gonna fix the apply melee damage as well. Okay? So, but now that you've copied this, let's just go ahead and move on to this. We'll just, yeah, there we go. All right, take the time and copy this part of the code. Okay, great. Let's move on. So right here, and we're gonna finally copy the last part of the code. All right, take the time and do that. Okay, great. All right, make sure that when you do this, you compile and save. Now, right here at the top, we're gonna just go ahead and go back to our apply damage here. And right here, the hero, we're gonna have them do 25 points. That means it'll take 4 hits for them to kill the zombie, like so. And then make sure we do a compile and save. And then we can, this is all set. We can go back to our event graph. Okay, great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to set up another piece of code right here. Okay, let's go ahead and work on the next piece of logic. So for this one, this is a short piece of logic here. So we're going to do a custom event. And for this custom, let me undock this. Okay, for the custom event, we're going to call it respawn ammo. And then what we're going to do is going to hold down the D button and create a delay. And for the delay, we're going to do 5 seconds. Now we're going to need to grab our gun spawn location here. And then we're going to do, let's see, we're going to do a length. Then a random integer. We're going to get a copy. And then we're going to hook that up. Like so. Then we're going to need to spawn the actor. So we're going to do a spawn actor from class. And then the actor we're going to spawn is going to be our BP ammo. That was the blueprint we made earlier with the little box of shotgun shells. And then for the spawn, let's see, spawn location, we're just going to hit we're going to set this right here. Actually, that's not what I want to do. We're going to delete that. We're going to actually right click and we're going to split the pins here. And then we're going to hook up to just the location, because that's all we care about. And we're going to do a compile and save. And right here for our spawn location, right now we're just going to add, I guess we can add 4. Because that's what we're going to add towards the end of the game. So the location of the spawn, we're going to have 4 different places that the ammo can spawn. And like I said, it's the same thing like we did earlier. We're getting these 4 different locations once we implement them. And, it's going to give a random integer and it's going to put this item at that location. And it's going to do this every 5 seconds. So let's go ahead and highlight that. Hit C. We're going to make that yellow. I like doing yellow for the spawns. And then we're going to do let's see, we're going to name this to spawn, let's say respawn ammo. And then we're going to use the bubble thing to let that be shown. And then do a compile and save. All right, go ahead and take a few seconds, copy that code if you haven't already. Okay, great. So let's scroll back out a little bit. We're going to make some more. We're going to make, this time we're going to make the hero death. So we're going to do a custom event. And we're going to call this hero death. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use the actual death logic. So we're going to take this death logic and all the code, instead of having it all over here, all over this event graph, it's inside this little function which points to another graph like this. That took me a long time to understand that. I was following tutorials. I didn't understand that. All I'm doing is putting the code from this little, it's basically, okay, the death logic, it's just right here. I mean, I could literally copy this code and put it inside the event graph, but instead I'm doing this neat way right here. Okay, so for the death logic, we're going to do a do once node. And then we're going to give some type of delay afterwards. So hold down D and left click, and that'll give you your delay. We can leave it at the 0.2. And then once we die, that's when we want to do the hero respawn. Again, we're going to drag the hero respawn out. And that's it. And again, I could put all the code right here inside this graph, or I could put it inside of its own graph by itself right here. Back to the event graph. All right. So now let's go ahead and highlight this. And we're going to hit C. And we're going to call this, I guess, hero death. Yeah, let's just call it hero death. And then we're going to select here, and we're going to make the hero death code red. Red for death. I think that looks pretty good. Oh, compile save. All right, so now we got a lot more going on here. So let's go ahead, and now we're going to have to do our getting hit code, which is our hero health code. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use an event called any damage. So anytime this character is hit, it's basically the collection capsule. That's anytime that happens, that's when it's gonna lower the health down. So we're gonna need to grab that health logic, drag it, drop it here, put the health logic here, take the damage and put it here, and then do a compile and save. And let's go ahead and highlight that, hit the C button, and we're gonna call this hero health. And we're going to set that to green. Hit OK. and then we're going to use that bubble so we can see it from a distance. I don't think we do. No, we didn't do it for the death. So highlight the death one and also do that. And then hit a compile save. And now when you zoom out, you can see from a distance on the different code. And I got the different colors to help identify what's going on. So I hope this helps. I hope this is a method that you guys will use and something that you've learned. And I hope it works for you. So we're going to and keep your code neat, because you never know if you have to go back and troubleshoot. So that's important. All right. So now that we've got that, all right, so next we need to go back over to our ranged attack. And whenever we have this code fire off and we go, let's see, I guess I want to say back to this, the blade weapon here on this part of the code, we want to start the ammo respawn. So let's see, we're going to need to get the respawn ammo, I believe. Let's see. So we're going to get that event and put that right here. Yeah, because basically what's going on here is once you've used up your ammo and the shotgun disappears and you switch over to the bat, then 5 seconds later the ammo is going to respawn in a random location, and that's what we're doing here. Now, we couldn't put that here until we actually made the event right here. So that's why we put it in later. Okay, so now we're going to have to go back to the health logic here. And we're going to need to add, okay, so right here, with the way this code is set up, if you hit 0, nothing's going to happen. But we want to activate our death logic. So we're going to put death. Is it hero? I want to say it's hero death. Yeah, hero death. Because right here, when we put the hero death right here, it's going to fire off the logic that's inside the event graph, and that event graph is going to go to, it's going to activate the hero death logic and the hero spawn logic. So yeah, so we can go ahead and hit compile and save. All right, let's go back to the event graph for a second. Okay, so we still got some more things to add onto the graph. But before we do, I'm going to set up an enhanced input real quick, because we've only got about 3 actions, I think. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the content folder. And then we're going to go to, I want to say it's the third person. And under inputs, under actions, we're going to add some of these, some input actions. So we're going to right click and we're going to look for input right here. And we're going to select input action. All right, so we're going to do an IA. We're going to have to do an IA attack. Control Shift S. And I guess we can just duplicate this. And instead for this, we're going to do an IA and then underscore a sprint. Control Shift S. And then a Control D to duplicate again. And I believe it's an IA underscore aim. Control Shift S. Okay, so that's all you have to do for this. But now we're going to go back to our input folder and we're going to open up this IMC. This is called an input mapping context. We're going to open it up and we're going to add our different ones. So we're going to hit one button here, or the plus button, and we're going to need to add we can add our aim, plus again, add our attack, plus again, and then we're going to add our let's see, sprint. Yes, okay. So yeah, that's what we're going to do here. Now for each of these, we're going to go ahead and add what we're going to use. So for the aim, you can just left click this little button here and then do a right click. And we're going to use the mouse to aim, okay? And the aim is going to be for the shotgun, so that way you can zoom in and target and shoot the zombies. So that's what that's for. And then we can open this up, and we're going to do a, let's see, we're going to add one more of these. And we're going to add it from the gamepad. And we're going to do, I guess it's the gamepad left. I want to say the left shoulder. I'm thinking that I think the left shoulder is it, but you can change this any way you want. I'm just doing it here. So, and then we can hit save for that. Shrink those down. And that's for the aim. Now, for the sprint, let's see, we can do a, click this button here, hit the left shift, and then we're going to add one more. Yeah, I don't know why that always opens up. That's a thing in the editor, which is fine. We're going to do the gamepad thing again while we're under this, the sprint. And I guess we could use maybe a right trigger, maybe, or maybe we could do a left trigger. Let's see. Where's the sprint? Where's that left? Gamepad left. Let me see. We'll just type in trigger. Gamepad. There we go. Yes, so we're going to do we'll do a left trigger, I guess. Let me see. So if you're holding the left bumper, or maybe it's a right trigger. And then the expo, yeah. So we'll do the right trigger. That's fine. And like I said, you can change this and set this the way you want. So we got our aim, which is going to be the right trigger or the left mouse shoulder. And then actually, you know what? Let me see. The left. Yeah, left shoulder. And then, yes. Okay, that works. All right, so for the attack, we're going to use the left mouse click. So that'll be the attack. And then, so for the attack for the gamepad, okay, we got a lot going on here. Okay, let's just shrink that down. And yeah, so we got our attack. We don't need the aim to show either. Okay, so right here, we're just going to add a plus sign right here next to the attack. Yeah, that's okay. And oh, I've made a multiple entry. So we can delete one of these entries here. We're going to use the gamepad. And for the gamepad for the attack, I want to say it's the face buttons. So let me see. We'll just type it in. Gamepad face button. Bottom. And that should be like the jump. I mean, not the jump. That should be the facepad button will be the trigger. So yeah. So you'll hold down the right trigger and hit the bottom button in order to aim. So that's what all that's for. So we're going to hit save, and then we're going to close this out. Okay, so now we're going to add those input actions here. So we're going to do an IA attack. We want the enhanced event. And we're going to drag off, let's see, we're going to open this up. We're going to drag off the started. Well, we can hold down the B button and then drag off the started. And then we're going to need our has ammo boolean. So has ammo. We can drag this over here and touch it, see where the green check mark is, and that'll let us have that condition. And then right here, if we have ammo, then we want it to go to the ranged. We want it to flip to the ranged attack. Okay? But if we don't have ammo, then we want to use the melee attack. Right here. And then we're going to do a compile and a save. Okay, right next to it, we're going to add our IA sprint mechanic right here. And then for the sprint mechanic, we're going to need to grab this character movement. And then on the triggered, okay, well, first, we're going to need to set the max movement speed. So we're going to set max movement. It's set move. No, set max. It was max walk. That's my fault. Max walk speed. We're going to set the max walk speed. And while that's highlighted, we're going to do a control D down here. And we're going to target that character's movement. And we're going to put the actual triggered over here. And then the completed, where is it? Oh, there it is. Completed right here. Okay. And then for this, we're going to do, so when you press, we can shrink this down here. When you press this, that's when it's gonna apply. So when it's triggered, when you're holding it down the left shift or whatever button's designated to it, that's what's gonna apply it. So we're gonna do 800. And now you can adjust these values. It's your game. You can do what you want. And then for the max walk, I'm gonna do 500. And again, like I said, I think this is the default of this right here. So, but yeah. So anyway, I'm just gonna real quick. I know I went through this pretty slow and pretty easily, but I'm still gonna dock this to the side for a second. And you can go ahead and take the time and copy that code real quick. Okay, great. All right, I'm just gonna shrink these little things down here. And then we're gonna go right up here to the top. Let's see, right here. Okay, so right here, we're gonna do another enhanced input action, so IA. And this is gonna be the aim. And this is gonna control like our character's movement. So it's gonna have a weird strifing thing when it's a it's going to have a weird strifing thing when it's up close. And what we're going to do is, let's see. All right, so we're going to have to grab both cameras here. So we're going to grab the first person camera. And then we're also going to grab the follow camera. Where is it at? Oh, there you are. Grab the follow camera. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set which one's active. And then right here, let's see, we can move this. Yeah, we can move this up a bit. And then what we want to do is highlight that, do a control D to duplicate it. We're going to make sure that we're targeting that camera. And then right here, we're going to highlight these two. And then right over here where hover the mouse cursor there, control D. And then we're going to go ahead, we're going to hook all these up. And we're going to trigger these cameras at different times. So let's go ahead and make sure that we target the camera. And then we're going to open this up. And right here, we're going to need this for the triggered. And then this one down here, we're going to need for the completed. Like so. Okay. Now, right here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make this one active and this one active down here. Okay. So now we're setting these cameras active flip-flop of each other. That's all this is doing. So now we're going to set the aiming. So grab the aiming right here. Let me see. So hold down Alt and just drag and drop. Where is that aiming? There we go. And we're going to drag and drop the aiming here. And we're just going to hook these up. Like so. And then we're going to need to grab the movement component, which is right here. Yes, and then we're going to set the orientation. So we're going to do set orient. Yeah, we're going to do the setting of that. And then right here, we just do a Control D. And we can go ahead and hook these up. Now, remember, you always have to target something. So we're going to target the character's movement for the orientation here. And then we're going to do a use. I want to say it's yaw. I'm just going to type in use yaw. Yeah, use controller yaw rotation. And then we're just going to Control D to copy that and put that down here. So basically, you're going to get a first-person shooter action thing going whenever you use this logic. So when you hold down the right mouse button, it's going to just flip-flop between almost like like a first-person shooter and a third-person running, like a running game. So we're going to set the aiming here. We're going to set the orientation here, and then flip-flop the orientation here, like so. Okay? And then we're going to do a compile and a save. So I'm going to scroll out a little bit, and I'm going to have it to where you can just go ahead and copy this. So let's go ahead and move that here. Oh, wait. Highlight that and move it up. And we're right here. All right. Go ahead and take the time to copy that so we can move on. Okay, great. So now let's go ahead. We're gonna highlight this, and we're gonna do a C, and we're just gonna call this crosshair and movement. So I guess I'll do that funky little character there and movement. So what's going to happen here, we're going to hit compile and save. We're going to add our crosshair logic over here. So that's going to happen later. And we're going to change the color of this. I want to change it to something unique. Like maybe a nice purple would do good. Let's try that. There we go. And hit OK, compile, and save. Okay, so now we're going to need to head back out to the content drawer. We're going to go to third person, blueprints, and we're going to need to put the ammo logic here. Okay, so before we do that, let's go to the viewport, and I'm going to undock this. And right here in the details, so we've got our static mesh, and I'm just going to set this to 1 for now. Oh, wait, actually. Yeah, 2. All right, so we're going to set the lock here, and we're going to set this back down to 1, which is the default. Do a compile and save. And what I want to do here is, and the reason I'm doing that is because everything's going to scale together. Oh. So use the mouse scroll to slow it and move forward fast or slow. So for this box here, what I want to do, I want to add a collision box to it. So we're going to add a box and just type in collision. Actually, hold on, make sure. Let me see where I'm at. Yeah, I guess we can add it to the static mesh. We can add it to, yeah, we can add it to the static mesh. All right, we're going to add the collision box. And yeah, we can leave that there like that. So now, let's see it's on there. Actually, let me see. Let me change this. Let me see what happens if I. Actually, I'm going to Control Z that. All right. we'll start this again. So we're going to hit this here, and we're going to okay. So right here, we're going to select the static mesh, back to the viewport, and we're going to add a collision box. And we're just going to call this power up box. And then we're going to set the static mesh right here. We're going to set it to 6. Like so. Let's see. Let me go back. Yeah, we'll set it to 6. So the static mesh is set. And then the power up box, let's see, we can hit the compile, save. And then we're going to see, do a resize. Resize to the power box. There we go. So let's see. What we can do is we can do 0.25, 0.25, 0.25. And then we can select that widget here, scroll that up, make sure it covers the complete box, and that should be good. And we do a compile and save. Now we got to add our logic to the box. So first thing is we don't need any of this. And what we do need is we need the power box on component overlap. So let's see. We're going to select the box, right click, and then type in overlap. Overlap begin. I want to say overlap begin. Okay, it took me a second to remember. So yeah, so we're going to highlight this box here. And on right here, on component overlap, that's what we want. Like so. And then do a compile and save. Now right here, we're going to do a cast to hero, because we're going to need information from the cast to the hero. See, we're going to hook that up there. And then we're going to set it to other actors. So if an actor runs over this box, then it'll activate the code. And then right here, let's see, we're going to drag off and get has ammo. That's in our hero blueprint. Has ammo. We're going to do a set has ammo. Hook this up. We're going to check that for true. And then we're going to get max ammo. Like so. And then, let's see, we're going to get, I think it's current ammo. Yeah, so we're going to have to drag off of here again. Get current ammo. So we're going to get current ammo because we dragged off of we're going to get it from the hero blueprint. Oh, not get, set. So we're going to set current ammo. And we're going to set the max to the current ammo because it's going to replenish the ammo. And right here, we're going to add hold down D, left click, do a delay. give the code time to work. And then we're going to destroy actors. So once you run over it, it's going to reset your ammo, and then it's going to destroy the actor. So, like so. Do a compile and a save. Doctor sidebar. And right here, that should be all your code right there. Just go ahead and copy that. Okay, so now we're going to need to move over to the zombie blueprint. Now, we don't need this ammo blueprint right now, so we can go ahead and close that out. However, we still will need the actual hero blueprint because we're going to copy some logic out of this just to make life a little easier for ourselves. So let's start on the zombie. All right, so in our AI folder, we got zombie 1. What we're going to do is we're going to double click here. We're going to open the full thing. And then right here, we're going to need to make some functions here. All right, so we're going to copy the hero functions. So both hero and the zombies, we're going to right click and we're going to copy and go to the zombie. And then right here, we're going to select this construction script and it's under functions, right click. And then we're going to do we're going to have to add a function here. So let's add a new function and we're going to right click right here. And then we're going to do a paste. So it should be able to maybe just Control V. Let me see. Right here. Control V. No, that's not what I wanted. Well, that's highlighted. Control V. No, cancel. Okay, hold on. Okay, yes. Okay, so I'm sorry, I did that kind of strange. So basically, we can delete this. Well, we can leave that new function up there for now. But what I did there was I didn't create the variable, so we have to manually do it. So that's simple. Just right click and create this variable and create this variable. And then we're going to do a compile and a save. Okay, so we don't want to use the hero death. So let's not do that because we're going to add a different death for this. And we're going to do a compile and a save. Okay, now we're going to go back to the hero, go to the logic, death logic. We're going to right click. We're going to copy the death logic, go back to the zombie. And we can add, see, we get the health. So now we're going to add death. I mean, we can do it right here. See, highlight one of these. It doesn't matter which one, I don't think. Hold on. Like that. And then do a Control V and hit enter. And then we're going to have to create the same thing with the death stuff here. Do a compile, save. Let's see, open that up. Okay, so right here, just so you know, typically the animations don't transfer over. So undock that. We're gonna have to re-add these back in. So for the death one, we got, let's see, dying backward. And then we had, I think it was hit backward. And then I think the last one was fall backward. Or it's something backward. Let me see. Let me if I just type back. Oh yeah, that gives all of them. So we got the on dying. Let's see, flying. I think it was flying we didn't do. So we've got, okay, dying backwards, hit backwards, and then flying backwards. So die, get, and fly. So that should cover that. Do a compile save. Now we're going to go back to our hero. And we're going to need this apply damage node as well. So we're going to right click, same thing like we did before. We're going to copy. And we're going to highlight this function here and do a Control V and hit enter. And we're not going to have a blade box for this. So we're going to actually delete that. Well, actually, you know what? Control Z. Don't delete that. Just do a Control Z. Leave it there. So just so you know what's going on. What we're going to do instead is, okay, we're going to, for the supply damage, it's going to be a little bit different for our zombie. So we're going to actually grab all this code here, and then we're going to hover down here and do a Control D, because we're going to need this 2 times, because the zombie is going to have a right fist collision, and they're also going to have like a special action collision, okay? So right here, we're going to hold down the S key, do a left click, and that'll give us our sequence node. We're going to hook that up. And then we're going to put this one here, and then drag off of the one here and put this one down here. I'll move that back a little bit. Let me see. I guess you can double click these nodes here to reroute them to make them look a little bit neater. All right. So now that we've got all that, and yeah, the 25 damage is fine for now. And what we want to do is we want to go to the viewport of the zombie, and we want to select the mesh. Okay. And we're going to add some collision spheres. So let's add some collision sphere. Collision sphere, sphere collision. And we're going to call this, we'll call this the action sphere. Hit enter. And what we'll do is, while that's highlighted right here, we're just going to do a Control D to duplicate that. And instead of calling it a collision, a sphere, we're going to call it, you know, I guess right hand sphere. Enter. Okay. Now, I probably, before I did that, we can hit compile and save, which is fine. Oh, it's not compiling and saving right, because we have to go back to the event graph. Is it the event graph? No. We're going to have to go back to the melee apply damage. And you see here, these are given an error because there's no code there. But now we have new collision boxes. So we can put, let's see, we can put the action collision right here. Just drag and drop it on top. And then the right hand sphere right here. And then we can do a compile and save. Oh, sorry. And make sure that we hook this back up. Oh, okay. So for this, it's not a scaled box. So that's not what that is. It's going to be something different. It's going to be, let's see. Okay, let me see what we got here. Well, actually, we'll come back to that in a second. Let's go ahead and position our spears. So we're going to go to the viewport again. We're going to select the right hand spear. And we want the right hand spear to be attached to the hand. So we're going to go to the parent socket. And we're just going to go for hand. We're going to attach that to the right hand. That's a little bit big. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock this right here and do a 0.25 and see how that looks. That's way too small. So we can go do 0.50. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Let's do a 0.7. I think I like 0.7. It's big and it's good. Okay, so we can scroll this down. Oh, wait. Control Z. So what we can do is, let's see. It's still a little bit. Let me see. That's still kind of big. So we can move this down here a little bit. I'm thinking 0.5 will probably be good. Yeah, 0.5 is pretty good. So yeah, we want it to just basically cover the whole hand. Okay, so for the action spear, that's going to go to the head. So we're going to take the socket and we're going to put it on the head. And we don't need it to be that big. That's way too big. So we're going to try to do the same thing, 0.5. And I think 0.5 is a little bit small, because this is going to be where he bites the person. And we want that, let's see. Yeah. We want it a little bit bigger, I think, than the actual. Well, maybe 0.7 is good for that. Let's see. Yeah, we'll try that. We'll do 0.7 for the action spear. Yeah, we want it a little bit bigger. Let's try maybe 0.6. And then move it forward a little bit. Just because it's his weapon. His head is his weapon. He's going to bite. The zombies are going to bite you. So yeah, compile and then save. And then we're going to head back to the event graph, or not the event graph. Actually, while we're here, we don't need this new function. So let's go ahead and we're going to right click and we're going to delete that new function. Do a compile, save. We're going to go back to the applied damage. And let me see here. Okay, so this is not a box. This is a sphere radius, I want to say. Yeah, we're going to get the spear's radius. That's what it is. Now, we can't use this particular one. This is a box actor. So we're just going to we're going to delete that. We're going to use a sphere box. Sphere, not sphere box, sphere overlap actors. That's what we're going to use. So that's the correct thing to use. And we're going to have to hook everything back up here. It's the same exact thing. It's just this one's for a sphere instead. So now we can hook up the correct sphere location, the radius, the array. It's the same thing as the box, as you can see down here. And then self for actors to ignore, because we don't want to hit ourselves, right? So let's see, yeah. And then, yeah, we can hook that up. Now, rather than doing all this down here, we're gonna delete all that. Just highlight it and then just hit the delete button. And then we're gonna highlight this. Well, make sure you grab the self, grab all this, and then do a control D, or make sure your mouse is down here and do a control D. And then from this point, you can just drag right off this pin right here. Okay. And this is exactly the same as the heroes, damage apply, but this character's got two different melee attacks, so that's why we got it like this. But the zombies don't have ranged attacks because they don't have brains. Okay, that's my logic, and that's what I'm sticking to. All right, so make sure we compile and save. Oh, and see, this is why it's nice to compile and save. We got to hook up. It's got to have a target for the world location down here. Okay. These are both spheres, so we need to do that for both. So compile, save, and that's the code right there. I guess I could sit here for a moment. You guys can copy the code. Okay, great. Moving on. Let's go back to the event graph. Oh, and actually, while we're here, before I forget, we're gonna, because I don't know why I always forget this, but highlight the zombie character itself, and we're gonna just in the details panel, we're just gonna type in AI, and it's gonna be important right here. Wait, let's see, where is it at? Is it AI spawn? No, maybe it's. Let me see, where is that? AI, AI. Yeah, AI. Okay, so if we scroll down where it says under the pawn section, for auto possess, we don't want it just placed in the world. We want to be able to place it in the world and be able to have it spawn. If you don't do this, it won't, like when you try to spawn it, it just doesn't act right. And we are going to change this AI controller to our own custom one. We'll do that in a minute. And we're going to do a compile and a save. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to start to build the code here. So for this first part, I'm just going to do a event begin play. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And then we're going to need the PC zombie controller message right here. And we're going to drag off of here and get the player controller. Like so. And we're going to promote this variable. And what I'm going to have here is I'm going to add a print string. And we're just going to type something like zombie created. Okay. And we're going to change that to a white color or maybe an orange. I mean, it's really up to you. I think, yeah, I guess we can do the white color. That's fine. So every time a zombie is created, it'll print string that. Next, we're going to do a event um, any damage. And we're going to use our health logic. Hook the damage up to the damage. Execute it. We can shrink that down. And hit the C button. And we're going to just call this health or zombie health, I guess. And we're going to change this to a green because I like using green for the health. And we're going to put a chat bubble. So that when we're a distance away, we can see everything. All right. Go ahead and copy that code. Okay, great. We're going to move on. All right, so next we're going to have to do the zombie death. So we're going to do custom event. And we're going to call this zombie. Let me scroll in here so you guys see it good. Zombie death. And what we want is to execute, of course, the death logic, right? Then we're going to hold down D. We're going to give a delay. Give one of 5 seconds. And we're going to spawn an emitter. At the location. And we're going to get the actor's location. So drag off of location. And then we're going to destroy the actor. Now, for the emitter, what I'm going to use here is going to be that grenade explosion. I kind of like that one. Grenade. Wait, let me see. How about I spell it right? Let's try that again. Grenade. Grenade. I want to say this is grenade explosion 1 I used. Yeah, let's try that one. And that should cover that code right there. So we're going to execute the death here and give it a little bit of a delay. And then the emitter is going to go off because, you know, the actor is going to be laying on the ground pretty much dead. And then it's going to execute the destroy after the emitter goes off. So, all right, let's go ahead and highlight this, hit the C button, and we're going to call this zombie death. And then hit the bubble. And for the, for the death logic, I like to use red, And, as you're building code for yourself in your own games, you can always, just, have your own color schemes, have your own ways of doing things. All right. We're going to make sure we do a compile and save on that part. All right. Next, we're going to need to do, now this one, I'm probably going to just go ahead and do speed the code up a little bit, and then you could do a copy paste. But if you haven't, make sure you copied and pasted this. Okay, moving on. And we're going to say, let's see, we're going to call this custom event. We're going to call this zombie attack Anim 1. All right, so I'm going to take the time and I'm just going to go ahead and speed through the code real quick. Okay, so I'm going to slow down for a second. So right here, we're going to make two things here. We made a Boolean for attacking, and we've added it here. But we also need to make a zombie attacks. Um, yeah, zombie attacks. And what we want to do right here is we want to set this to a montage. So we're just going to go ahead and do an Anim montage and get an object reference. And we want to set this to an array because our zombie is going to have several different attacks as well. And that's it. So I'm going to go ahead and keep going with the code. Okay, so we've got the play montage here, but we got to make sure that we add the actual skeletal mesh here, like so. And let's go ahead and go through the code. All right, so what we got here is we're going to trigger when our zombie triggers his attack, he's going to go through these montages, which we're going to set up right now. Well, first we do a compile and save. And we're going to add the 3 montages here. Okay, so for the first one, we've got a cool biting montage. Okay, so we want the regular biting one. So we want the neck biting, not these other two, because that's where they're crawling on the ground. Then we got the zombie attack. So the zombie attack should be not this 2H one, because remember that's the two-handed over one for our boss. We're doing a regular zombie attack here. And then finally, we're going to use the same one the hero is using, which is going to be the downward attack. Even though he's swinging his fist, he doesn't need a weapon in it. He can still swing his fist downward. So yeah, so that's what we got for that. We're going to do a compile and save. So like before, we're going to sift through all these different montages, and I know this can look a little bit confusing, but okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, I kind of made a mistake here. I have to actually do it from this point here. So so it should be off this false here. Yeah, and it should be correct. Okay, I'm just gonna neaten this up a little bit. So right here, there we go. Like I said, the reason I try to make the code nice and neat is because whenever you're troubleshooting this stuff, it can get a little bit difficult to maneuver if it's not nice and neat and laid out. And then while this is all highlighted, just hit the C button, and we're going to change this to an orange color. And that's just gonna, well, that's not really orange, is it? That's orange. And we can just hit OK, I guess. And, this will be for the zombie attack logic. So zombie attack. Yeah, just put zombie attack. Okay, so what we got, we're firing, wait, first compile save, firing it off, going through the different animations, branch, only can be used on attack. Once the attack is finished, we're going to set everything back to false, and then we're going to apply the damage on the event notify that we set up earlier. Okay, moving on. Or I'm sorry, copy the code. And now we're moving on. All right, we gotta do another one. And we're gonna call this add custom event. And we're gonna do zombie near death. Okay, and we're gonna grab the character's movement. And actually, before we do this code, I think I need to create something. Okay, so before we create this code, I guess we can at least we can set the max speed. So when our zombies are about to die, we're just gonna set their max walk speed. Get max walk speed or set max walk speed. Set max walk speed. We're gonna set to 600 because they're angry. So we got the angry zombies running at us because they're near death. Okay, now before we can finish this code out, we're gonna need to actually go back and make our zombies flesh. Or yeah, so we're gonna basically go to. I guess we can go to the viewport, and we're gonna select highlight this mesh here, and we're gonna add a skeletal mesh. We're not gonna call it a skeletal mesh. We're gonna call it zombie mesh. And enter. And this zombie mesh, you can see, is already instantly attached because another way you can tell if something is parented, if you do this arrow thing here, it'll hide all of its children. But if you open it up, you can see all of its children. So we got the zombie mesh here. We can do a compile and save. But we're going to need to take the zombie mesh and we're going to add it to here. So under mesh is under skeletal. We're going to type the word 10. And that's going to give us this character here. That's going to give our mesh for that. And we're going to compile and save. And right now, it doesn't have an animation blueprint. So we're going to go create that real quick. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the content folder, third person, blueprints, and we're going to go into the AI. Or should we go to AI? Let me see. Actually, let's go to the Mixamo. Well, no, we can do it inside the AI folder. It's fine. Blueprints. You know, I really want to keep the animations with the animation folder. So I'm going to go back to the blueprints. Let's see. We've got back to the content folder. And we're going to go to our Mixamo folder. And we're going to create an animation blueprint. So right click, animation blueprint. No, yes. Yeah, animation blueprint. And for the animation blueprint, this is going to be for the XBot because we're going to be using the mesh from the XBot. So let's go ahead and make an animation blueprint for the XBot and hit create. Okay, and there it is. Control Shift S. And what we want to do is we're going to rename it. So highlight it, hit F2, and we're going to call it ABP for animation blueprint, and we're going to say zombie. Okay. And that's going to be the animation blueprint for zombie. We're going to double click it. And right here, this is where we're going to get it's going to be called a pose. It's a retargeted pose. I'm trying to remember. Okay, it should be called target pose. Yes, retarget pose from mesh. We want that. Now, in order for this to work, we're going to have an IK retarget, and I'm going to show you that now. Okay, and we can do a Control Shift S to save. And what we want to do is we can right click on the animation blueprint here. And we can say, let me see. Let's go back. Let's go to the animations, the zombie animations. We're just going to right click on one of these. We can do this big stomach hit is fine. And we can do a retarget animation. Okay, so we're going to, whatever this Quinn is doing, we're going to have our XBot copy it. So we're going to do XBot here. Or is it zombie here? Let's see, it's XBot. Yeah, okay, we can do it from here. It should be fine. So what happens is whatever this animation's doing, we're gonna have this one do it. Okay? And what we're gonna do is, let's see. So yeah, so all of our animations here. So if we want, like for instance, we want the gunplay and everything, it'll do that. But we're not going after exporting an animation. Okay? That's not what we're not doing that. What we're doing is we're gonna export the retarget asset. Okay? And we're going to put that retargeted asset in, let me see, I'll open this up a little bit, the Mixamo folder. And we're going to put in the animations folder. And we're going to export this. Okay. Now, I don't like the name that it gives by default. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit F2. And we're going to do RTG underscore Manny to mix. No spaces. I have a bad problem with doing that. To mix. And then we're going to hit enter. Now, okay, so now that we've got this here, we can, like I said, this is basically going to act like it's going to have the skeletal mesh act like a mime to the main mesh. So now that we're back in our animation blueprint, what we want to do is we want to add that particular asset. So we're going to call it's the retarget Manny to mix. I put 2 X's, but that's okay. Then we're going to do a compile save. Okay. And what that's going to do is we're going to have to go back. We can close this out. I don't think we need this now. Let me see. Yeah, we can close that. And then right here for the zombie mesh, we're going to go to the Anim class because we're using animation blueprint. And we're going to use the animation zombie blueprint right here, ABP zombie. And that's going to make it mimic with that. So it's copying off of this particular mesh here. Okay. So the other thing that's important when doing this is, okay, so we look right here. There's something with the mesh that you have to refresh the bone. So we'll type in refresh. All right, so yeah, this should be fine. Always retech pose and refresh bones. But you have to do it for both meshes. So we're going to look at this mesh and see if that one's done it. Let's see, refresh. Let me see, refresh. Okay, maybe you don't have to do it. I'm trying to remember. Okay. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, always tick pose and refresh bones. Yeah, that's right. And that's under the zombie mesh. Now, under the main mesh, it should show that. Let me try that one more time. Zombie mesh. Okay, so we know it's under optimization and advanced. So let's close that, go to this, and see if that's there. Because I could have sworn that I had to redo that. So under optimization, so as we're scrolling here, I'm just looking at these physics, animation rigs, collision, that thing. So I'm looking for the title that says optimization. All right. Okay, so it took a little bit of scrolling, but you find this optimization tab is right under the skeletal mesh. Right here where it says visibility based on anims, you want to select this right here, you don't want it to do this always tick pose. We want always tick pose and refresh bones. That's what we want. So you need that for both those meshes, compile and save. Now, the other thing you're going to need to do is, because you can see here we're seeing two different characters, we're going to set it to VIS, which is visibility, and we're going to hide that particular one. So that way we only see the zombie animation. Okay? And then do a compile and save. Okay, now we can go back to the event graph and we can continue our logic here. And I'm going to just go ahead and fill this in, and then you guys can catch up. Okay, so let's go through the code. All right, we're going to do a compile and a save. And right here, so right here for this material, we're going to use, this is basically, what this code is doing is when the zombie hits, half its health, which is going to be 50, it's going to trigger it walking faster and flashing between red and white, red and its normal mesh. So for the first mesh that we got here, I'm going to use, let's see, well, first let's go to the zombie mesh right here. We can close that out. Now, right here, we're doing the 0 element, which is this first one here, okay? So what we can do is we can actually go to it by hitting this little magnifying glass folder here. And while it's highlighted, we're going to set this. So right here, this little arrow right here, because it's highlighted, it'll populate that. So now it's going to flip back and forth between this regular mesh and between this. So right here for this material, the material I got here is called MI cube 03. So he's going to flash between this red and this regular zombie flesh here. Yeah, and that should do it for that. Now, the other thing is, I like the flashing. I've tested it out. I think 0.1, a tenth of a second is really good, because it just gives a sense of urgency that you have to kill him because he's coming at you. And that's pretty much it. So that's the zombie near death. So right here, we can lower this down, and we're going to hit C, and then we're going to just call it zombie near. Hey guys, I wanted to quickly give you a quick interrupt here. All right, just some simple tweaks to your code if you need to. So let's say, just remember, you're inside the code, right here under your ranged attacks, under the hero blueprint, under the event graph. All you have to do is go to the line trace and select none instead of for duration, and that'll get rid of your line trace. The other thing I want to point out is, if you're down here on the left hand side for your health, if you ever want to increase your character's health, you can just change it by the max health and the health. Make sure you change both of these together. Now, for the final tip, you can go into your hero, into your F function, and in here, if you ever need to change the damage, you can right here. So, alright, that's all I got for you. Back to the video. Near death. And we're going to change, we're going to, of course, use the show on the bubble. And then we're going to change the actual, we're going to change it to like a purple, I guess, because it's going near death, I guess. And that's it. So, okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. So yeah, that should explain everything. It's pretty simple code. Right here, what you're going to need to do is you're going to, well, compile and save. Yeah, just go ahead and copy this. Okay. So the other thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need, let's see, where is it? Okay. Okay, so we're going to need to add an interface. So we're going to go right up here to the class settings, because I don't believe we added it. And right here under interfaces, let me open this up. No, we didn't. We're going to need to add an interface. It's going to be BPI. And it's going to be the zombie enemy. That's what we had before. And we're going to do a compile. Remember, it's class settings, add the zombie enemy under implemented interfaces, and then just hit a compile save. And then right here, let's see, we're going to open up the interface tab, and we're going to trigger the zombies jump, which is right here. Okay. And we're going to just go ahead and do a jump function like so. I know that was hard, but that's all there is to that code. There's nothing else. So, all right, we're going to hit compile and save. Okay, so now we're going to need to trigger this zombie attack inside of the interface. So we're going to go for the zombie attacks Anim. And right here, we're going to select zombie attack 1. So we're going to execute the event that's inside of this. Like so. And then do a compile and a save. All right, we can head back to our event graph because that's done for that. Okay. Okay, we're going to make sure we do a Control-Shift-S. So right here, you see it's 3 unsaved, just Control-Shift-S. And right now, let's see, we're going to need to go back to the content folder. We're going to need to go into the third person, the blueprint, and I think right now we're going to need to start doing some more assets here under the actual zombie AI folder. Okay, so now for the next part here, we're going to go ahead and create the AI controller and the AI behavior trees. So while we're here in this folder, let's create one more folder. Oh, I'm sorry. Just so you know where we are. Content, third person, blueprint, and then AI. We're inside the AI folder. So let's go ahead and create the new folder. And we're going to call this tasks. And this is just where we're going to keep our tasks as we're making them for our AI stuff. So now we're going to right click here. We're going to go to artificial intelligence. We're going to create a behavior tree, or rather a blackboard first. So we're going to say BB underscore zombie AI. So that's the blackboard there. Control-Shift-S. Next, we're going to create the behavior tree. So we're going into input. Not input, I'm sorry. Artificial intelligence and behavior tree. And we're going to call this BT underscore zombie AI. And okay, I didn't mean to open it, but I mean we can. I'm gonna close that. All right, so back to the content folder. So we've got that. Control-Shift-S. Or actually, I guess we can open that back up. Let me take a look. So for the behavior tree, we want to make sure that our blackboard is right here, and it usually does it automatically. If not, just add it. We can leave it open, and then we're going to create a blueprint class, and it's going to be under classes, and it's going to be AI controller. So we want to select this one right here, and then select AI controller. Now for this, we're just going to call it AC, which stands for AI controller, similar to the player controller. And then zombie. Zombie AI. There we go. Control-Shift-S. Okay, so we're going to start with the zombie controller, or the controller right here. So right here, we're going to add something. We're going to add a pawn sensing. And yeah, we just hit enter for that. And then there's some things we're going to check here. So one, we don't want it to hear. We're only going to go by seeing. So we're going to set 0 for that. We don't need this as well. 0 for that. And then hear noises, we're going to uncheck that. And the sight radius is fine. We can leave everything else. 90 degree peripheral is fine. And we can leave that like that for now. Compile, save. Now we need to go back to the event graph. And right here, we're going to, on the begin play, we're going to do a run behavior tree. And we're going to select the one that we made earlier. We don't need this tick event. And then what we're going to need here is on pawn sensing. So we're going to grab and drag and put that on in there. Or no, I'm sorry. That's not what we're doing. We're going to delete that. We're going to select the on pawn sensing and on C pawn right here. We're going to click this. And that's going to give that node. So every time it sees this, it's going to activate the code from there. Okay, so right here, we're going to do a get blackboard. Oh, wait, that's not the one I want. Let's see, get blackboard. We want the pure function here. And we're going to set values. So we're going to drag off of here, and we're going to set value. Set value bool. Yeah, set value as a bool. And we're going to need to make, let's see here. We're going to need to make literal name right here. So we're going to do a make literal name right here. And we're going to connect this up. Let's see right here. And see, we're going to duplicate these two right here. We're going to go ahead, select them, do a Control D. And then right here, we're going to set value as an object. So yeah, we're going to let's set value as object. Space object. Like so. There we go. And we're going to connect that up. We're going to hook that up as well. Let's see. Oh, make sure we hook up the pawn. That's the object that we're going to get. Like so. All right. So for these two here, we're going to, for this one here, we're just going to type in target. And then we're going to have to create the bool for this one. But we're going to call it seeing target question mark. So the capital S, capital T, seeing target. And then do a compile and a save. Don't forget to check the bool here. Compile, save. Okay, so we're going to have to add those to the blackboard. So right here. As you can see, it literal name, it's inside of the blackboard. So what we're going to do is we're going to, let's see, we're going to have to, I'm going to close. We don't really need to look at the hero right now, so we can close that. We'll open it up later. And we're going to open up, let's see, the blackboard. So open up the blackboard. Now right here we have one variable, but we need two more. So let's see, we're going to need, add a new key. We're going to add a bool. And for that bool, remember, we call it seeing target, question mark, and enter. And then we're going to create another one, which we're going to call, it's going to be an object, and we're just going to call it target. And that's it. So these two are the same things that we're naming here, seeing target, and then the other one is, or seeing and target, the literal names, okay? So that's important. Make sure these are spelled right. Oh, see, look at that, target. I didn't put the T there. So put the target there and target here. So we can highlight this. Let me see. I mean, you could really just, let me see. Well, yeah, seeing target, compile, save, and then go back to your AI. Make sure it's right. Seeing target and target is right, and then just hit save. And I believe that's all we need for this blackboard here. All right, the zombie AI controller. Let's see here. What else do we need? Okay, so, oh, I almost forgot. So now that we have our zombie AI controller here, we're gonna go back to our zombie. We're gonna type in class settings. No, it's class defaults maybe. Yeah, and we're gonna type in AI. And we're going to scroll down until we find, okay, right here. Earlier we were here for auto possess of that. We got that set. But now we need to use the zombie controller we just created for our zombie here. And we can hit a compile and a save. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to need to go into the behavior tree now. So we're going to go here and just double click and open it up from here. Okay, so while we're here inside this the behavior tree, we're going to set this up real quick. So first thing we're going to need is something called a state selector. So let's just type that in, state selector. Wait. Oh, we could just, yeah, we could just hit it right here. There we go. And we're going to call it, we're going to change the name to state. I'm sorry. Got ahead of myself, state selector. And right here, we're going to need to add some sequences here. So we're going to drag off of here. We're going to add a sequence here. And for this sequence, we're going to call it idle roam. Move that right here. And then we're going to drag off of here and do another sequence. And we're going to call this chase target. So chase target sequence. Now, right here, the way this works is inside of this behavior tree, you gotta put it in this order. This is the exact order it's gotta be. Because if you put this one in front of this one, it's going to activate this one. It's going to go from top down, left to right. So it's important that you put everything in the correct order. So we want our zombie to, well, how about we spell idle right? Let's spell idle right. So we want our zombie to idle and roam around, and then we want it to chase the target when it sees it. So now, right here, we're going to need to right click, and we're going to need to add something here. Let's see. Where is that at? We're going to add something called a decorator. Okay? And it's going to be from the blackboard. And we're going to do that again. So right here, where this yellow spot here, we're going to do that again 2 times. We're going to add a blackboard decorator. Now this is just going to activate the keys from our custom blackboard. That's all this is going to do. Okay, so now we're going to need to set these. So here in the details panel, here's how we're going to do it. For the observer, we're going to make it ourselves. For the key query, we're going to put it to not set. And then for the seeing target, we're going to change that to the question mark here, seeing target. And that's for this first one here. And, make sure we save periodically. Now, that should be done. Let's go ahead and move over to this one. To this decorator here. And we're going to do the same thing like we did over there. So right here, we're going to have it for self. We're going to set this to is set for the key query. And then we're going to set this for seeing target. And then we're going to save. And that's it. Okay, now under here, we're going to need to make some tasks. Okay, so to start out with, a task is just going to be a piece of blueprint code, an event just graph just like this, that's just going to run right off of whenever it's selected in this tree. This behavior tree is just like a flow chart telling the AI what to do in certain situations. And then the code is going to execute from this flow chart or this behavior tree. So let's go ahead and we're going to add a new task. And since we made our task folder earlier, we're going to select this folder. And we're going to name this task to, let's see, task underscore, we're just going to call it Roam. Just call it Roam, that's it. And then we're going to hit save. Okay. And then we can do a Control-Shift-S. Okay, so now that we're here, we're going to go right back, let's see, to our behavior tree. And we're going to make a new task. See, we see our task right here just showed up, our task Roam. That's great. So we're going to use this to create the new task right here. And for this one, we're just going to call it task underscore chase target. And again, we're going to save it in our task folder right next to this one. Keep our code neat and organized. Next, we're going to go back. See, we're going to go back to the behavior tree, and we're going to create one final one, and that's going to be the attack. So we're going to do a new task right here. Select this one, and we're going to call this task underscore attack, and then do a save. Make sure we save the new one. So we've got all of our different tasks here. We only got 3 tasks that the zombies are going to use. They're going to roam around, they're going to attack us, or chase us, and then they're going to attack us. So, yay. All right, we're going to hit save here. Okay, let's go right back to the actual board here. And we're going to put the tasks underneath the correct areas here. Okay, so for the roam, we're going to drag off of here. Let's see, we're going to select the task. That's just typed in task. We're going to select the roam right here. And then we're going to drag off of this one. And we're going to select the chase, task of chase target. Put that right there. And then we're going to also add attack. Like so. So that's what we got. So we got all of our 3 tasks here. We can move this over a little bit. So yeah. So this is how the AI controller is going to run all this. It's just going to point to these different codes here. Now we can hit save, and we're done with this for now. But now we got to actually make the actual logic. So when it points to here, we got to put the logic in this part right here. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so for this first part here, we're going to need to use one of these functions here, and we're going to use receive execute AI. Okay, this is the begin play for this particular type of blueprint. So that's the reason why we have this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to do the same method for all 3. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to build the code here. Well, actually, I guess I can just build it normally. So, all right. So we're going to drag off of here, and we're going to get actor location. We're going to drag off of here. Well, actually, we're going we're going to need to do an AI move to. So drag off of here. We're going to do an AI move to node. And then right here, we're going to get random reachable point. Set that for the origin. And then for the radius, we can just put, I guess, 3000. And then let's see, right off of here, we're gonna have to add a delay. So we're gonna go ahead and have D, add the delay. Oh, I'm sorry, that was holding down D and hitting the left mouse button. And then what we're gonna do is, actually, you know what? We're gonna need to, let me do this. We're gonna disconnect this. And what we're gonna create is a custom event. And we're just gonna call it Zombie Wander or Zombie Roam. It's fine. And we're gonna drag off of here and make a pin here. And we're gonna set the pawn here as well. Wait, hold on, let me fix that. We're going to drag off of here. We're gonna, I don't think, let's see, we don't need, let's select this. I don't think we need this target here. But we wanna set this here, like so. So we're basically dragging it off the pawn here. Then we're gonna connect this up. And then we don't want the zombie to be standing like right on top of us, or we don't want it to be like right wandering and just getting too close to things. We're just gonna put like 100. We can do 100 and we'll do 100 here, or we could do 150 actually. It's fine. And then right here, we got the delay here. Now we're going to do the zombie roam up here. And we're gonna connect the controller right here. So basically it's gonna execute this zombie controller, which is right here, or the zombie logic. And then it's gonna go here. And then what it's gonna do is we're gonna set this delay for 3 seconds. It's gonna wait 3 seconds and make sure this is off of success. And we're going to basically do the zombie wander again. So we do zombie roam. There we go. Now for this, we're gonna have to go ahead and we're gonna need to reconnect the pawn here. And I'm gonna neaten this code up a bit. Like so. And then we can zoom out, and then now you can see here, well, we can put that like that, hit compile save. And what we can do is you can take a look at this code here and just go ahead and copy that. Take a moment to copy it. Okay, good. So we're done with this right here. So we can close this one down. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the chase target. Now we're gonna do the exact same thing, grab the function, and we're gonna do receive execute AI. And then for this part, I'm just gonna go ahead and just put the code in and show you guys that later. Okay, so right here, I didn't do the code completely because I needed to add some things and I wanted to explain what was going on. So right here, we got the set timer by event. We're going to have to create a custom event here. So we're going to add a custom event. And for that custom event, we're going to call it random zombie jump. And we're going to set that right here. And then right here, for the finish execute, we're going to need to add that. So okay, so here's what's happening. Well, let me add this real quick. So random zombie jump, we're going to add that here. And then we're going to check this Boolean for success when it finishes executing successfully. Okay, so here's what we got. All right, so we're executing the AI move. The AI is going to go to the target actor, which is the player character. It's going to get within 150 radius, just like we did before. And then it's going to execute on success. It's just going to finish and execute. And then, oh, right here, we're going to add this right here. So every time this set timer by event is just going to keep triggering every 1 to 3 seconds, which is going to activate this code here, which is going to in turn activate the zombie jump on the player character. But it's only going to do that when it is not successful and it fails. So what's going to happen is when your zombies are stuck, they're going to mill around for 1 to 3 seconds, maybe a little bit longer, until they get a fail, and then they're going to jump over whatever barrier. And that's what's going to be taken care of in this chase logic. So we're going to do a compile and a save. So that's what's going to happen here. So go ahead, take some time, and copy this code. And, almost forgot. Let's make sure we loop this, because we want this to keep triggering. We don't want to just do it once and stop. So that's what's going on there. So yeah, take the time, copy the code, and then we'll move on to the attack one. Okay, great. Compile, save. All right, now on to the attack. All right, so let's go ahead and start. We're gonna need our execute. So we're gonna need our receive execute AI. And I think I'm just gonna run through this code again and have you guys copy it again. So we'll go from there. Okay, so I'm doing a compile and save here. All right, so we're gonna run the execute here. And we're running everything off the pawn. So we're gonna cast to this pawn right here, which is the zombie. All you have to do is, just pull off of here, or you can just type in cast to, and then you just do zombie 1. Like so. And that'll give you this node. And then all I did was drag off of here and promote it. This is just a sequence node, so you can you can hold down S and hit left click. And then I dragged off of here and just typed in does object have an interface? And I set it to our blueprint enemy interface. Then for the branch here, what we got is we're going to execute the attack on true, and then we're going to finish the execute here. Now, we also need to do an execute here, a finish execute. A finish execute right here. But we're going to set that to false. So that'll complete this complete logic here. All right, so I'm going to leave this here for a moment. So go ahead and take the time to compile, save, and copy the code. Okay, moving on. So what we're going to do is we're going to close this out. We're done with these tasks for now. And we don't really need to have this open either. We can close this out for now. Actually, we're just going to close everything out because we're going to start on the next piece of code here. Oh, I see that I put the task in the wrong spot. Okay, I see that the task I put in the wrong folder, so we can fix that simply. So it's right here in the add folder, so just grab it and drag it into the task folder and just move here. And then just make sure we do a save. Okay, the next piece of code that we're gonna need to work on should be the player controller. Let me take a look here. So this PC zombie controller, we're going to go into the event graph and we're gonna start to put the code into this one here first. Okay, so before we go into the actual player controller, we're gonna go into our menu. So yeah, right here, under the content, the third person, and the blueprint, right here under where it says main hub, we just double click that and we're here. Okay. So first thing we're gonna need to do is we're gonna need to create the canvas. Drag it, put it in here, do a compile, save. Then what we want to do is we're gonna add an image to this here. So we're gonna close that, and then we're just gonna type in image. We're gonna grab it, drag it, and try to get to the center of the screen as close as possible, like so. And then I'm not sure, maybe a little bit above right here. And then what we want to do is we want to select the image here. So under appearance, under brush, we're going to pick something for this. This is going to be our crosshair. So we're just going to type in anchor. I thought this was a pretty cool one to use. And plus it's free, it's on the default. And you want to try, like I said, to get this in the center somewhere, like so. I mean, you'll be able to test this out in game because we got a line trace for when we shoot our shotgun. Now, another important thing to do here is to set the anchor and hit it towards the middle. Now, the reason you want to do that is because what will happen is, see, like right here, you can see it's in the middle. So we can adjust this right here. Like right about here, just a little bit above there. Because I believe that when we shoot our shotgun, we'll see how it works. But the reason you want to do that is because no matter if the screen shrinks or moves or anything, or if the DPI settings change, that will always stay in that particular part of the screen at all times. Now let's just go ahead and we're going to change the name of this image here to cross hair, and then I guess IMG. And yeah, like that. And then hit compile and save. So that's going to be our crosshair. That's what that's for. That's why we got in the middle of the screen. It's going to show up. So now with this crosshair, we select this again. We don't want it to be always visible. So we're going to go into search here, type in VIS, and change this from visible to hidden, and do a compile save. Now we do want it to show up. So we're going to hit the graph right here. And right here, let's see, right now we can delete this stuff here. We don't really need it. So what we need to do right here is we're going to right click and we're going to create a custom event. And we're just going to call this cross hair visible. Question mark. Enter. We're going to hold the B button down, left click, get a branch. And what we're going to see here is, okay, we're going to grab this crosshair image right here, drag it onto the event graph. And we want to set its visibility. And we're going to use, let's see, set visibility. We want to use this green function here. I mean, not sorry, the green, this blue one, this blue function here, the widget. We're going to use the widget function here. So with that highlighted, just click D, Control D to have that there. Then we're going to target that. On the false, we're going here. And on the true, we're going here. And then right here, we're going to drag this condition, set that right there. And what we're going to do is, let's see, we're going to select this here, and we're going to rename this particular variable thing here. We're going to name it, instead of condition, we're going to name it to crosshair visible. So let's do that. Crosshair visible, question mark. And then to do a compile save. All right, make sure we set this to hidden. So when it's true, it's visible. When it's not, it's hidden, and we start out hidden. Compile and save. All right. We're done with this for now. Let's go ahead into our player controller. And the only thing we're going to use here is that event begin play. And what we're going to do is I'm going to put the code in, and then I'll walk you through it. Okay, so here's what's going on. So right here at the event begin play, we got a sequence that's going to basically give us our player widget, and you're going to set this to the WB main widget we made earlier. And on the player itself, you're going to do a cast to the player character, and then you're going to promote that variable. And all you're doing is dragging off here and selecting promote. Same thing with this. You drag off of here, select promote, and then name it. Next, we're going to add it to the viewport, and then we're going to show the mouse cursor. And then what we're going to do is we can, right off of here, we're going to set, okay, so I don't think we're going to, no, we might not do that now. And actually, we don't need to set the mouse cursor now, but what we can do is we could put the code here. We can set game pause right here, okay? And we're going to set that for true. But for now, we're just going to disconnect that because we're going to add that later, and that's going to deal with our character creation process, okay? So we're going to compile, and we're going to save. All right, so let me go ahead and, yeah, let me dock this to the side and set this so you guys can go ahead and copy the code. Extend that out. So go ahead and take a moment, copy the code, and we'll get back to it. Okay. Okay, so for this next piece of code, we're going to have to add something to create the zombies. So we can also add this to the begin event play here. So let's go ahead and do that. So first, we're going to need a custom event. And we're just going to call this zombie creator. Or zombie, yeah, zombie creator. That's fine. And then I'm just going to write the code out and let you guys copy it. So, all right. Okay, so here's what we got. So I had to create this zombie creator enabled so that way we could turn on and off. So if it's turned on, then it'll execute spawning the zombie. And then there's a little bit of a delay here. Next, we're gonna have to take the spawn location and we're just gonna have to promote that, and that'll give us the location. So we're gonna call this, let's see, zombie spawn point. That's what we'll call it. We'll call it zombie spawn point. So let's go ahead and F2 or zombies. Let's see. How about I take the caps lock off? Zombies spawn point. And what we're gonna do right here is we're gonna hit that, compile, save, and we can delete this temporarily for a second and compile and save. And then what we want to do here is we want to open up our details panel here. We want to select this spawn point. I'm going to undock this. And then we're going to change this to an array. And then we'll do a compile and save. And then we're going to add some extra code right here. So we're going to add, because we're going to have the zombie spawn from different points. So we're going to do a get spawn point. We're going to do the length. We're going to do a random integer. This code should look very familiar. We've done this about 3 times. And then we're going to get a copy. And we're going to connect this up here. And we're going to set the spawn point here. Do a compile and a save. And to start, we're just going to put 2 spawn points here. Later we'll have 4, and this is just going to be for testing. Compile and save. All right, so we're hitting the create zombie node. Only it can be turned off from this variable. We're going to delay that. We're going to spawn the zombie, and we're going to spawn it from one of 2 points, and then it's going to go to zombie refs. This was created by me just dragging off of here and hitting promote variable. Then we're going to delay it because we got to give the AI controller time to keep up. And then we're going to add possessable node. We can't do possess because we're going to have many zombies here. But right now, well, actually, you know what? Yeah, we're going to deal with that later. So yeah, we're going to have multiple zombies. That's why we want add possessable. And then we're going to delay for 5 seconds. And then we're going to create the zombie. Now, for this, we want to start the zombie creation at the start of the game. So right here on the event begin play, after everything's been created and the viewport's been added, we want to set this up to create, wait, what is it called again? Zombie creator? Yeah, zombie creator. Right after the viewport, we're going to do a zombie creator. Like so. So all we're doing is we're executing this on the begin play. And for now, we're just going to go ahead and set this to true because we're not going to turn on and off the zombie creator just yet. We're just going to leave it true. So this is almost ignored. So this is set to true by default right now. Later, we'll have to go back and fix it when we add more zombies. Okay. So let me let you guys go ahead and copy this code. So let me dock this again, dock to the side. And oh, actually, whenever I do a spawn, I like to do it in yellow. So we're going to highlight this, hit the C button, open up this, and change that to yellow. And then I don't like that docking thing, but I'm doing it so you guys can see the full code. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to call this our, I guess, zombie spawner or regular zombie spawner. And oh, let me go back, click on that again, and make sure we get our little bubbles here. Yeah, we got the bubble for that one. Now, the thing is with this, for this zombie spawner here, yeah, like I said, it's just going to automatically fire off, and it's going to fire off the number one zombie. But remember, we're going to have to give it a spawn point. So right here, what we're going to do is we're going to have to go hit compile save. And let's see what we got here. Yeah. Okay, so while we're here, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to undock this, or I think you guys have copied this. I'm going to make sure. All right, so here I'm going to do it in two parts. So first, I'm going to zoom in right here. We're just going to have it to the possessable, add possessable. So I'm going to take a moment. Okay, and now we're going to go back, and then this last part, make sure you copy that as well. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to undock this again. And we're going to put two values in here. Okay. So we're going to need to go to our third person map. And what I want to do is I'm just going to grab one of these blocks and, so the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to left click on the block, hold down the Alt key, and then drag. And that's going to give me one extra block. So right here, I'm just going to move this to this is going to be our spawn point. So we're going to leave that there. We're going to have one set of zombies spawn from this point, and then we're going to hold down Alt. We're going to drag again and have the zombies, I guess, maybe spawn like right here, which is okay. Now I'm going to put it in the air a little bit because I want the zombies to kind of drop down. I don't want them to get stuck inside the mesh. So we're going to have them drop down from this point. Hopefully they don't get stuck in the mesh because I've had it happen. So we're going to highlight this one. And then right here in the details panel, we're just going to right click the location and do a copy. We're going to go to our zombie controller, select our zombie spawns thing, and we're going to do a right click. And then we're going to do a paste. That's going to fill in that. Compile, save. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. We're just going to grab this one. And then we're going to right click. We're going to copy. And then go into our zombie right here. And we're going to right click and paste. We're going to do a compile, save. Now our zombies should spawn from those 2 points. Okay. Now, the other thing I wanted to do was I wanted to grab, I want to go back in here, and I want to move these boxes over a bit because we've got our zombie location, but I want to have a place for our ammo to spawn. So we're going to take this here. We're going to set this like right about here. And then we're going to take this one, and we're going to set this one, I guess, right up here. Okay, and we zoom in, we can see it right there. I have a little hanging off the edge here so you can kind of jump up and grab it. So right here, we've got these 2 points, and what we're going to need to do is go back into our content folder. We're going to have to go to our BP ammo, and under our BP ammo, let's see, where is that at? Or maybe it's our player character? I'm sorry, it might be our player character. We can close ammo for now. That's just the actor, but we need the spawning of the actual ammo. So, and that logic should be inside the hero. Yeah, there it is. We're going to right click, or I'm going to right click. I'm describing everything. And then we're going to select the spawning location of the ammo. So right here, I've got 4 of these. I'm going to delete these 2 right here for now. Because we're just going to spawn 2 locations right now. Until we get our main board. Our main board, we're going to have 4 locations for it to spawn. Compile and save. And we're just going to go back into our area here. We're going to left click. And then we're going to copy this location. We're going to go back to the hero. And in this first one, right click. And we're going to paste. Compile, save. Now, I compile and save a lot because I've had the engine crash on me several times. And I think it's just a good practice. So now right here, we're going to do a left click on this one, and we're going to grab its location. So we're going to right click, copy, and then go back to our hero, and then right here, click, and then paste. We're going to compile, and we're going to save. So now we got a place for our character to spawn. Let's see, do we have any other spawning things going on in here? I don't think so. Okay, let me go ahead and save. Actually do a Control Shift S so we can save everything. Okay. Okay, so I think that's all the spawns. We've got the zombie spawns, the hero respawns at the start, so that should cover that. The other thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to go back to our map, and we can delete these boxes here because we've already grabbed their location. They were just there as a reference. And what we want to do is we want to add the blueprint, the ammo. So we could drag it out, lift it up, and I guess I can rotate it. Or hit E, rotate it, and then hit W, and we can, I guess, when the first one, we'll have it spawn here. And then we got to do a save. And then the other thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to add something called a nav mesh. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to go up here to the quick add, and we're going to go under, let's see, volumes. Nav mesh bound should be this one here. And let's see, we should be able to center the location of it. So yeah, okay, that's not centered, but okay. So we can, while it's highlighted, just what we want to do is we're going to move it into the level. We're going to go in, get it, kind of close to the middle, I guess, right here. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to set this to 20. I got this lock here, so it's just going to change everything. Hit enter. And as you can see, it should cover everything. It's a little bit bigger than what we need. Let me see if I can do 10. Oh, 10's not big enough. How about 15? Okay, so about 15, and then we can unlock it. And we don't need it to be so tall, so we can do like 5 maybe. Yeah, and then we can just open this up a little bit right here. Let's see. So we want to make sure it covers the whole board. So yeah, it looks like it's gonna cover the board for the most part. Oh, let's go back to the nav mesh or nav mesh bound. Okay. And if you hit the P button on your keyboard, it'll change it green to what we have. So right here, it's still a little bit small in certain areas. It's not hitting everything. So I'm just going to change this to, well, I think it's the width, but we can change them both to 16. And I guess it's okay. Right here is good. So now, let's see, we can just go ahead and go down here. So it looks like we've got everything in our level, which is good. Okay, something I just thought about. Let's go to the hero right here. And right here where we have, oh, forgot to add the bubble here. Our crosshair and movement, we're going to add that bubble here. And then the other thing is we need to add the player controller ref here. And this is going to add our crosshairs to the screen. So what we're going to need to do is just type in crosshair. And we want crosshair on. Drag off again, crosshair, and then crosshair off. So the on for the logic up top, and the bottom we're going to have the crosshair off. We're going to do a compile and a save. Okay, so the other thing I thought about is we're going to have to hit this this pawn rotation right here. So all I did was I went to the first person camera, which is right here. And then I just typed in rot for rotation. And then this right here, use pawn controller rotation. Make sure you check that. And then hit a compile and save. All right. There's a couple more things here that I wanted to go through in the code here. So the first thing we're going to start out with is we're going to go back to the actual ranged attack. So for this first part here, we're going to have to change this from attacking because we're triggering this attack with the aim. So we're going to grab our aiming variable and we're just going to drag and drop and put it on top of this variable and it'll switch it. Next, we're going to keep on going until we get to the apply damage part. And then right here, I forgot to add the damage type. So let's go ahead and add the damage type right here. Do a compile and save. Okay, now we need to go to the melee attacks for a second. And these mixamo animations are kind of slow. So what I wanted to do was, because all our animations are in here, I want to increase all of them by just modifying this node right here. So under play rate. So let's just make it 2, so it's twice as fast. And we'll see how that feels. 1.5 might be better, but we'll try this first. And we'll do a compile and save. The other thing I want to do is I want to go into our viewport here. And right here, we've got our arranged mesh. And the thing that I forgot to do was I forgot to put it inside the parent socket. So what we're going to do is, while the arranged mesh is highlighted, under the parent socket, under sockets, we're going to select this folder right here. And we want to use the arranged socket we made earlier. So now you can see it's right here. And then what we want to do is do a compile and a save. Okay, so I want to pull up the zombie blueprint too. So let's go ahead and go to our content drawer. And it's under the third person blueprints and AI. And all we got to do is select the zombie right here. Double click it. And inside of here, I wanted to change the zombie's movement. All right, so we're going to set the zombie's max movement. So we're going to go into search here. So we're going to check out max walk. And we're going to change this here by clicking on it. And let's do 350. Because zombies shouldn't just freak out and run around. All right, so let's do a compile and save. And now I also want to go into the zombie's health logic for a second. And right here, I want to add some things. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to set these variables because I don't believe we ever did. So let's go ahead and highlight this max character health. And for the zombie, we're going to do 100. Enter. And then we're also going to do another 100 for the regular health as well. So 100. And enter. And then for this part right here, we're just going to select this and we're going to drag this over like so. And then we're going to hold down the B button and do a branch. Then we're going to pull off of here and we're going to do an equal or less. And we're going to set the equal or less to the character's health. And for that, we're going to do 50 because our zombies only have 100 health. So whenever they hit equal or less, we're going to add a small piece of code here. So let me just move this over a little bit more. And okay, so for right here, I'm sorry, I don't want it at true. So I'm going to hold down control and drag it to the false. And then right off of here, I'm going to drag off of here and I'm going to type in near death. And we're going to use the zombie near death that we used earlier. That's going to let us know that our zombie's dying. Now, I could use a health bar, but I figured it'd be interesting just to visually see that the zombie's near death rather than watching every hit point or a bar tick down, just to make it interesting. So the next thing we want to do is we're going to make a print string. And this is going to let us kind of know, just for testing purposes, when our character's health is going down. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take the health here, and we're just going to drag and put it here, and it's going to print string every time the character gets hit. Next, we're going to grab off the true, and we're going to need to add our zombie death event. So let's add the zombie death event, not the near death. And we're going to grab the movement, and we're going to disable the zombie's movement. And then we can just connect this up. Do a compile and a save. Okay, so we can go ahead. We can close this zombie. We can close the zombie for now. We're gonna leave the player control and hero up because I think there's still some things we need to do. We will need to open the zombie back up later, but let's head to the actual third-person map, and then make sure you got so in the world settings here, we're gonna change this player controller to our zombie controller, because otherwise none of our code will work without it actually working here. So yeah, let's start with that and make sure we do a save. Now right here still hasn't saved it. We can tell down under here. So let's just do a Control-Shift-S. Okay, so I want to head over to our zombie controller. So this PC zombie controller right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to modify the spawn event. So let's see, right here, let's see, the zombie spawner. Yeah, we're going to modify this event right here. We're going to modify this delay right after the zombie ref. We're going to change that to 0.5, just so we can give our AI controller a little bit more time to activate. Next, for the delay here, and when it's a zombie created, we're going to respawn this zombie. So we're going to just go ahead and put this at 10 instead of 5, because I think that's going to be a little bit quick. Then the other thing is we're going to, after it says created, we're going to keep creating zombies with the zombie creator. So we're going to just make this node repeat itself, or that event rather. So we're just going to do zombie creator. Line that up, and then just, we can drag that out. So yeah, that's what we're going to have for that. We're going to do a compile and a save here. Okay, so now the other thing, I want to go back to the hero for a second, because I don't think we set this variable here for the max health. So even if we go in this event graph here, it doesn't matter, but we need to go to the character's health, and we need to set that to something. So I'm going to set it to 300, because the hero should be stronger than the actual zombies, of course. So next, we're going to also make that set for max health 300. So make sure that these two are set, and we're going to do a compile and a save. And then there's some other things I wanted to fix. So right here in the zombie, if you go to, okay, so we'll start from the content folder. Content folder, third person, blueprint, and then we're going to go into the AI folder. And there's several things here I want to change or update. So the first thing is, let's go ahead and fix the zombie. The zombie actually needs, for its attacking variable right here, earlier I think I had it checked, so we're going to have to uncheck this. So if we uncheck that, then it'll remain false. So when the attack starts, it'll make sure that we go into it'll set the attack to true, and then it'll set it back false after we do our montage, right? Okay, compile, and then save that. And yeah, we can close this for now. The other thing that needs to be fixed is the actual chase task. So if we open up the chase task, right here, I forgot to hook up the pawn. Now, if you don't hook up the pawn for this, then the character won't move. It won't do the chase mechanic. So we're going to compile and save. So the attack and the chase components are the things we fixed, and also the hero's health. So, okay. And that should be good for that for now. The other thing is, I want to disable all the hearing functions inside of it because we're not using hearing because the zombies can't hear. They can only see you for some reason. So we're going to need to go back into the AI folder, into the zombie AI. And it's going to be this pawn setting or pawn sensing. And if you look right here where it says hearing max sound age, we're going to just go ahead and put 0 for that. And we can do a compile and a save. And we can close that for now. So we'll go third person map for a second. Make sure all of our settings are set. Okay, everything seems to be okay. Okay, so, before, whenever you're making a game, you typically want to start with the prime mechanics and make sure they're working. And then from that point, you can add the extra stuff, okay, or add more mechanics. So let's go ahead and test it out. And hit the play button. Okay, so right here, we got the zombie spawning. We're going to grab the shotgun shells first. Hit the zombie once, twice. As you can see, my zombie damage has gone down. So 2 hits with the shotgun kills zombies. Now remember, every 10 seconds, a zombie is going to pop up. There he is. Now, we know that the shotgun works, and we see the countdown. So now let's go ahead and empty the clip. And now we can see that the zombie's still chasing us. We can attack the zombie. All right, we're going to move over to another spot over here. Because we're taking damage, and I don't want the respawn mechanic to act just yet. I just want to make sure. So it seems like everything's working. Now that sliding they're doing, that's just because, we haven't... I haven't done any special bone blending, and we're not going to do that for this project. This is going to be a janky zombie hunting game. So there we go. Okay. Oh my gosh. So now, okay, I just died. See, I went back to that zombie pose, and now I'm running it. So I have full health, but you can't tell because we didn't do a print string and we don't have any UI. But we're going to set that up in a minute or after we, test this out. So it seems everything's working. We're going to jump up here, and we're going to shoot the zombies with the shotgun. Now, the other thing, we're probably going to get an error because the zombie can't reach us. And the reason is because he can't reach us because the jump mechanic's not working because we're in a weird spot. So you probably get that type of error. But we can see the right clicking of the mouse and the trigger. It works. But we might want to lower oh my gosh, he jumped up. Oh my gosh. Okay, so maybe the jump mechanic is working. Okay, so right here, oh my gosh. Okay, I don't know how much health I have. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay, so right here, we're moving to the strafe. There we go. Okay, so everything seems to work. If you do run into any issues, and see that the actual ammo spawned again, and it should only spawn in 2 spots. We're just gonna empty this clip out, and then I think in 5 seconds the ammo will respawn. See, respawn over there. It's gonna respawn over here or over there. So. Yeah, and like I said, you're gonna get like some type of error, and that's just because of the actual yeah, the zombie jumps the problem. So yeah, you're gonna get that error. So that if you got that, that's perfectly normal. Okay, that concludes the first part of Temple of a Thousand Zombies, and I will see you in part two, which will be the conclusion. See you next time.